Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Oh, for crumb's sake.
That him, he Anglican, please. Very much. I didn't ask you to interrupt.
That's literally not true.
Is that correct?
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a fabulous lunch. I had a little bit of several things for lunch. Just a smorgasbord of lunch items is what I did. I think RA should have some music playing while we wait. Sounds like a great idea. Jennifer Juniper, congratulations. Welcome. You are first in chat. Congratulations, Jennifer. You've been first before. I just checked your record. You have won before. You know what's coming. We're sentencing you to everything internet ownership being your responsibility. If it connects to the internet in any way, shape, or form, you have to fix it.
I'm trying to have court.
Josh says, I'm being harassed saying this judge is great. Josh, it's okay. You can be wrong. We have plenty of room in here for people who are wrong. Welcome. I'm not with you on that one. I'm struggling with this judge. I really am. I will. Mrs. R.A. chided me a little bit.
I
said I need to.
I saw a chicken fight.
I need to do better. So I will look for redeeming qualities in the judge for the remainder of today. And when I see them, I will point them out to you. So she said she would be back at 1:35. Maybe the first one is that she's prompt and on time. I'd love to point that out. So there's a start. If she can just be on time, that would give her one more redeeming quality we can add to the list. I'm still salty that you removed the FBI statement from Letitia's trial in your intro. What do you mean? Which one was that? I just have a whole bunch of buttons that I push, sound effects. All those, like this one. 9 out of 10 judges prefer watching I hit that manually myself every time.
That him, he Anglican, please. Very much.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
I do all those manually every time, and usually in different orders. So which one was the one that was missing? Oh, she found out? Oh, that one. Okay. That one I just deleted off my soundboard. So I occasionally add different sounds. I'm full up right now. I actually need a new one. I added this one.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you. Because we hate you.
There we go. I've added that one recently. Let's see. Let's jump back to court. We're expecting a little motion here because it is, in fact, 1:35 when the judge said she would be back. That is the best one. We like Runkle a lot. Kim says I love Ian, but that's my least favorite one. Yeah, don't ever delete Runkles. That was Ian. I got Ian's permission. I asked him if I could use that as a sound effect on my channel. He said go ahead. So I recorded him saying go ahead, so I'm saving that as well. But never delete Runkle. That's a classic. There are so many Runkleisms that I would love to have as sound bites, but Soto's live for sentencing. So many things, so little time. Let me see what we have here. That's not it. That's a game. Good game, but not what we need. Let's go to 8, shall we? Soto Escalara sentencing. And just like that, I get a phone call. It's family. Hang on. That's funny. I can't tell you what it said, though. Soto Escalara. Soto Escalara. Trying to find the sentencing on this one. It says live right now. I think Court TV has it right now.
It was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. 3. As to the unborn child, Section 921.1416L, that the victim of the capital felony was a person less than 12 years of age. By a vote of 8-4, the jury recommended a sentence of death as to the murder of Tanya Wise. Also, by a vote of 8-4, the jury recommended a sentence of death as to the murder of Tanya Wise's unborn child, Josiah. After receiving the jury's recommendation, the court allowed the defendant a separate hearing to allow for an opportunity to argue and present additional mitigating evidence.
That was a Spencer hearing.
To Spencer versus State.
Judge just took a bite of some food? Is that what he just did? Or lick his finger?
Factors as to the murder of Tanya Wise. Pursuant to Section 921.141.6b, the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony.
Wow, that audio is terrible.
Is based on the contemporaneous conviction as to the victim involved in the other count. This aggravating factor was established as a matter of law as to each victim by virtue of the jury's convictions for 2 capital murders.
I can fix it, but it's terrible.
Violent felonies committed contemporaneously with a capital crime can qualify under the prior violent felony aggravator, whereas here, the criminal episode involved multiple victims. The prior violent felony conviction aggravator is one of the most weighty in Florida's sentencing scheme. The court assesses its weight as to Tanya Wise as follows. To understand how weighty this aggravating factor is in this case, it is noteworthy that this aggravating factor could be satisfied if the defendant had premeditated the murder of one person, but simultaneously and spontaneously committed a violent felony upon another person, such as an aggravated assault or aggravated battery. But here, there are 2 simultaneous premeditated murders. This is the much more extreme scenario in which this aggravator can be established. Therefore, it is entitled to very great weight. The court affords it very great weight as to Tanya Wise. Pursuant to Section 921.1416I, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The cold, calculated, and premeditated aggravating factor focuses on whether the defendant had a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder before the fatal incident.
Turn it down a bit because they're having some audio issues.
Reflection is often involved. The evidence of calm, cool reflection and planning well beyond what is required for premeditated murder is overwhelming
Yeah,
in
days
this
of it.
case, and the court finds it proven beyond a reasonable doubt. To maximize the chances of avoiding detection, the defendant coldly contemplated in advance every aspect of these murders, including the location and method of killing. He did so in a remarkably callous, carefree, and nonchalant way. As to Tanya Wise, the aggravating factor is entitled to very great weight. Weighing of aggravating factors as to the murder of the unborn child of Tanya Wise.
This is setting up
Pursuant
a
to
death
Section
penalty decision.
921.141(6)b, the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person, which, respective to each count, is based on the contemporaneous conviction as to the victim involved in the other count. As to the unborn child, the court's analysis of the weight of this aggravating factor is the same as to the murder of Tanya Wise. The court affords it very great weight as to the unborn child. Section 921.1416I, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. As to the unborn child, the court's analysis of the weight of this aggravating factor is the same as it relates to the murder of Tanya Wise. As to the unborn child, the aggravating factor is entitled to very great weight. Section 921.1416L, the victim of the capital felony was a person less than 12 years of age.
It's going to be very
The
great
court
weight as well.
finds this factor proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The child in this case was unborn, yet fully formed and about to be born within days. The premeditated murder of this baby deprived him of ever experiencing life outside of the womb. The premeditated murder of an unborn, fully formed human being still in the mother's womb, about to be born within days, is by its nature extremely abhorrent, reprehensible, and strikingly revealing of a malevolent mind. The court affords this aggravating factor very great weight. Findings regarding mitigating factors reasonably established in ways to properly carry out its important duty and to allow for meaningful appellate review, this court must expressly evaluate herein each statutory and non-statutory mitigating circumstance.
This could go for a little bit because they
In
said they had
addition
like
to the
28 of
mitigation
those, right?
presented to the jury, the court has also considered any suggested mitigation from the Spencer hearing. Any proposed mitigation, whether statutory or non-statutory, must be reasonably established by the greater weight of the evidence. If a statutorily listed mitigating circumstance is supported by the evidence, it must then be weighed as to its significance. Unlike statutory mitigation, the court must first determine if proven non-statutory suggested mitigating circumstances are truly mitigating in nature. Once truly mitigating non-statutory mitigation is established by the greater weight of the evidence, the court must weigh it. It is within the sentencing judge's discretion to determine the relative weight given to each established mitigator. Because of the overlapping and related nature of many of the mitigators, the court has grouped some of them to ease and clarify the analysis. The court has still individually contemplated and considered the nuances of each of the suggestions in weighing them. The court has carefully applied its reasoned judgment in this regard. Statutory mitigating factors. Considered statutorily listed mitigating factor. The defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity, and considered related non-statutory mitigating factor. The defendant has no prior history of violence. These circumstances were established by stipulation as to no prior criminal history in general, and by testimony as to the lack of violent history. This included specific instances when the defendant maintained his cool when others might have reacted more aggressively.
This should not
Adding
be
to
a
this
ton of
mitigation
weights.
is that during the defendant's life, he was faced with stressful circumstances similar to those posed by the threat of exposing his infidelity in this case. Specifically, he was on more than one occasion taxed with his self-created predicament of supporting children he fathered out of wedlock. On those occasions, he did not respond with violence or criminal activity. Rather, he responded responsibly. Additionally, during the breakup of his relationship with Madeline Cologne, she put him in a situation where many men might respond aggressively, but he did not. When she discovered his involvement with another woman, she burned his clothes, broke his phone, keyed his truck, and flattened its tires. Despite this, he remained calm and did not act violently. According to her, he handled it perfectly. Childhood reports of the defendant's behavior were consistent with him being non-aggressive. Family members reported that they had to stick up to bullies on the defendant's behalf. This mitigator was established, and it is entitled to moderate to great weight. Non-statutory mitigating factors. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. While in jail custody awaiting trial, the defendant has been a peaceful, mostly compliant inmate. The defendant can positively contribute to society as an inmate worker if sentenced to life in prison without parole. The defendant has demonstrated exemplary jail-prison behavior. The defendant will be required to work 60 hours per week in general population at the Florida Department of Corrections if sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and he would adjust well in that general population setting. He would likely contribute to the prison system. The defendant poses no danger to prison jail staff or inmates. The defendant will be completely incapacitated and pose no danger to the community with a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. As listed by the defense, the defendant, quote, can be redeemed, unquote, which the court takes to mean that he would prove to be a good inmate. Since his arrest in 2018 for these murders, while in the county jail, the defendant has only committed 3 disciplinary violations, and they were all minor and virtually insignificant in nature. He's had no fights with other inmates or violent encounters with guards. The testimony did credibly establish a significant probability that the defendant would be a model prisoner if placed in general population. The defendant's personality and work skill set would suit him well in general population. The court finds these mitigators to be proven and affords them moderate weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor. During a previous romantic relationship with Lucinda Cook, the defendant acted like a gentleman and was nonviolent in the face of instigating behavior by Miss Cook. Ms. Cook was a gas station attendant and the mother of 3 young children when she started dating the defendant approximately 10 years before the murders. They dated for a year and then lived together for a short time. When she met the defendant, she had just come out of an abusive relationship and as a result was impatient and verbally abusive to the defendant. There came a time when she decided to end her relationship with the defendant for reasons unknown to the court. During the term of their relationship, she described the defendant as acting gentlemanly to her and her children. Her children were fond of him. The defendant made her and her children feel safe. According to her, despite his model gentlemanly behavior, she found fault with everything he did and argued with him for essentially no reason. She described that during their time together, it was common for other women with whom he was also romantically involved to come around her and cause problems. She went out of her way to emphasize that this was no fault of the defendant. When she decided it was time for him to leave their relationship and presumably their domicile, She pushed and damaged his fancy motorcycle and spat in his face. Despite her aggravating behavior, he never argued, got mad, or did anything to retaliate. She never saw him act violently, even though he was apparently employed at that time as a club bouncer. To the contrary, rather than describe him as violent or ill-tempered, she described him as behaving, quote, like a clown, unquote. She never saw him angry enough, quote, to do something, unquote. She described him as exemplary and that in hindsight she should have treated him better. On cross-examination, she conceded that since the time of their separation she avoided all contact with him. However, recently his family persisted in making phone calls to her in an effort to make her come forward as a character witness for him. Her first contact with the defendant after their separation was approximately a month prior to trial. The court's conclusion regarding this witness and what her testimony establishes is as follows. Her overall credibility is low. The court believes she exaggerated the truth. However, there is enough truth in her testimony such that she established this mitigating factor. The weight of the mitigating factor is reflective of the source that established it, her testimony. Therefore, the court affords it moderate weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor. The defendant was abandoned by his father as a child.
This is going to go for quite some time. He has to go cover everything.
At trial, there was scant evidence of this other than a mention that the defendant, quote, never really spoke to his dad, unquote, by Miss Cologne. There was also testimony from Joanne Stone that the defendant's father was a bus driver and apparently lived with him in Bridgeport, Connecticut. However, the Spencer hearing evidence established that the defendant's father moved out and played an insignificant role in raising him. Therefore, the court finds this mitigator to be proven and affords it little weight. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant was raised in chronic poverty. The defendant left school early and lacked the opportunity to complete his education. The defendant was resilient and overcame his lack of education through consistent work ethic. The defendant began working and earning money to help support his family at a young age. The evidence established that the defendant was raised in a low-income environment and likely had less opportunity to further himself than most other people. However, as testified by Monica Ropiza, his cousin, they were low income, but, quote, had what they needed, unquote. These circumstances were proven. The court affords them little weight. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant suffers from transgenerational family trauma. The defendant experienced chronic exposure to trauma during his childhood. The defendant's mother had a traumatic upbringing because she was abandoned by her father, causing her to leave school. When she was only 15 years old, she got pregnant with a son who died in her arms from illness about a year after birth. Naturally, the death of her son was traumatic for her. The defendant's father was older than she, making their relationship illegal. After the death of her first son, at 17 years of age, she became pregnant with the defendant. The defendant was raised in a low-income, crime-ridden neighborhood. Early into his life, his parents separated from each other. His father was largely absent, but did live nearby. At some point during his youth, the defendant's mother developed a drinking problem. This caused her, to some degree, as a single mother, to be emotionally or physically unavailable to him. The defendant did have a large extended family immediately available to him. Some of them were drinkers too. His aunts, who lived in his public housing project, to some degree helped raise him. There was broad, general, non-convincing testimony that the family was exposed to, quote, drug dealers, fights, and crazy people, unquote.
Broad, general, non-convincing.
The court finds these mitigators proven and assigns them little weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant has established and maintains long-term, substantive, meaningful relationship with friends. The defendant has established and maintains close family bonds, relationships with his cousins. The defendant has maintained a close relationship with his mother. These were established by the evidence. The court considers this mitigation also in the greater context that the murders in this case, as aggravated as they are seemingly out of character. The defendant's life relationships are not typical of the type of antisocial person one would expect would commit the murders in question. The court finds these mitigators proven and affords them moderate weight. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant has established and maintains close family bonds, relationships with his children. The defendant provided support for his children. The defendant has established and maintained before his incarceration close family bonds, relationships with the mothers of his children. Aside from committing the murders, the defendant has been a positive influence on family members. The court finds these mitigators proven. There is a huge contradiction between how the defendant responded to the prospect of fathering his child to be born of Tanya Weiss and how he supported his other children. The defendant supported his other children generously according to his means and without compulsion. He was very active in their lives. With regard to one of his children, his support continued even when he learned after years of support that the child was not in fact biologically his. The court affords these mitigating factors moderate to great weight. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant was a positive influence on his former girlfriend and her children. The defendant helped his former girlfriend's son's mother escape a dangerous domestic violence situation. Defendant fathered a child with Madeline Cologne. His relationship with her was short-lived due to his two-timing. However, after they split up, they stayed friends, and the defendant supported their child, Antonio, by regularly bringing groceries and school supplies and by paying the child's social fee for the Boys and Girls Club. Madeline had just come out of a violent domestic relationship. The defendant's calm presence assisted her in transitioning from the trauma of her prior situation. He made her and her son feel secure. The court finds these mitigators to be proven and affords them moderate weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor. The indirect effect of racism against Puerto Rican Americans on the defendant. The existence of racism of this nature, no doubt at some point in his life, filtered down to the defendant. However, there were no direct instances of discrimination or racist behavior directly pointed at the defendant. The court finds this to be proven and affords it very little weight. Considered related non-statutory mitigating factors. The defendant has always been a hard worker in manual labor fields such as furniture delivery and security work. The defendant has always been self-supporting, not a drain on society. There was scant evidence of the exact nature of the defendant's jobs over the years. However, the record is overall consistent with him being a hard-working, contributing member of society. The court finds these circumstances to be proven and affords them little weight.
We're not missing it. We'll pick up right
Considered
where they left
non-statutory
off.
mitigating factor. The defendant escaped a high-crime, high-poverty area, independently moving to Florida when he was just 15 or 16 years old. The defendant exhibited resiliency in overcoming early life challenges. The evidence does establish these circumstances. However, there were no credible direct instances proven of the defendant personally witnessing any extreme violence such as gang violence there was no strong evidence of the negative effects of living in a low-income environment. The court affords these mitigating factors little weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor, the defendant exhibited excellent courtroom behavior. Overall, the defendant was well behaved during the trial process. However, when the court received their sentencing recommendation verdict from the jury, when his conduct counted the most, the undersigned did observe the defendant expressing his disagreement to the jury. He noticeably shook his head in disapproval rather than remaining still and accepting the judgment of his peers. This came after the defendant heard the court admonish all audience members not to react by showing joy or displeasure so that jurors would not have a negative experience and be dissuaded from serving. The defendant did the very thing that he heard the court admonish the audience not to do. The court finds this factor to be proven and affords it extremely little weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor. The defendant will continue to offer a positive life influence on his children, other family members, and friends who have become emotionally dependent on him. Given the circumstances of his family's reaction to his conviction by distancing themselves, the degree to which the defendant's family will stay in touch with him is uncertain. However, the court does believe that if given a chance, the defendant would remain in contact with and support his relatives as best he could. The court finds this to be proven and affords it little weight. Considered non-statutory mitigating factor. After the jury recommended the death penalty for him, the defendant expressed empathy for his victims to his mitigation specialist. The court finds this to be proven and affords it very little weight. Suggested and rejected non-statutory mitigating factors. The negative effect of a prolonged appellate process on the victim's family and the dangerousness of general population as opposed to death row. The court does not find that the negative effect of a prolonged appellate process on the victim's family is a proper consideration, nor does the court find that the dangerousness of general population as opposed to death row is a proper consideration. In the defense mitigation expert report, neither of these were connected whatsoever personally to the defendant. Rather, they were framed as general policy arguments. Neither of these circumstances meet the definition of a mitigating factor under the law. That is, matters relevant to the defendant's character or record or the circumstances of the offense proffered as a basis for a sentence less than death.
This might be the end of the mitigators.
Conclusion after the weighing process. The court has carefully weighed the aggravating and mitigating circumstances as to each murder individually. The court's weighing process can be summarized as follows. As to Tanya Wise, there are 2 aggravating factors that are entitled to very great weight. As to the unborn child, there are 3 aggravating factors that are entitled to very great weight. As to the mitigating factors, the cumulative weight of the mitigation is entitled to moderate to great weight. As to each murder, the court finds that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances.
DP.
As required by law, this court has given great weight to the jury's recommendation. The court's weight analysis in this case, with its acknowledgement of significant yet outweighed mitigation, is a reflection of the jury's 8-4 vote for death as to each of the murders. The court's independent evaluation of the case herein leads to the conclusion that the death sentence is the appropriate and just sentence as to each victim.
There it is.
Therefore, Jose Soto
sentences.
Escalera, I hereby sentence you to death for the first-degree murder of Tanya Wise. I also independently sentence you to death for the first-degree murder of her unborn child. I hereby order that you be taken by the Sheriff of St. Lucie County to Florida State Prison for close and secure confinement until the date of your execution, at such time as scheduled by the Governor of the State of Florida, at the place of execution named in his warrant of execution, you shall be put to death by the means provided by Florida law at that time, and may God have mercy on your soul. You are hereby notified that the sentence of death is subject to automatic review by the Supreme Court of Florida. The court finds you continue to be indigent and hereby appoints the office of the public defender to represent you on appeal. And that is the sentence of the court, and that will end this case. Thank you all.
Wow. Doesn't even look back. I don't think there was anyone in court to watch for him there. So that's the end. Boom. All right, we are going to jump back to the trial we were following because they just barely came back from lunch. We just missed a couple minutes. I'm going to rewind and get them returning from lunch, so we won't miss a thing. Ooh, I feel better over here, much better. All right, let's give this a listen and see what we have happening with Daisy Link here. And it's not going. Come on, come on. They're still not back. I thought they'd moved. Here we go. There's a little something that happened in court just briefly. We're going to catch that. Let's do there.
But it is being redacted.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you all going to redact it in time? We're doing it right now.
So what?
Are you able to do it from there?
No, Judge, we're asking. It's going to take some time anyway for me to get to the point in time with Detective Jamar, so we can figure that part out. And then I did inform Mr. Tomas there was a jail call that a portion of it I intend to introduce. It is entirely relevant to phase 2. The entirety of it, of that call, kind of talks about the prior convictions in that call.
What do you mean?
Should the defendant be found guilty, we would then do a enhancement portion of this. As noted, the state filed its notice of enhanced penalties. In this case, which the jury will have to make the determination whether or not the defendant is a habitual offender. This call is entirely relevant to that. Because she talks about her prior convictions. The portion that I want to elicit in testimony for during Detective Jim Norris's testimony is a portion of time in which the defendant, there's conversations about what essentially she is facing, but there was a conversation about 15 years, and she says the prosecutor changed their mind and they said no, 25 years. The defendant says, well, if I would have known that, I would have chopped up that motherfucker and spread them all around Florida.
Wow.
Why would I let the jury hear that she admits to the crimes?
No, I'm not introducing that portion. Like I said, the only portion that I'm intending to introduce for this portion of the testimony is what I just said. If I knew how much time I was facing, I would have done this. The reason that I want to introduce that is because, number one, it goes directly to her intent and will directly refute the statement that I'm about to introduce as well, that this was a mistake, that this was a misunderstanding, that she was protecting herself. This goes directly to that, and specifically elements 2 and elements 3, I think, of this crime that she's afraid to mind that goes directly to this.
That's on the jail.
Yes.
Okay, what's your response?
So, Judge, this jail, I don't know exactly when it was, but it's my understanding that it was, what, in the last month?
Last couple of weeks.
Last couple of weeks. So we've got that, a lot of time has passed. She's talking about what she's facing. So, first of all, this conversation, this very small part of a 15, 20-minute conversation, I would submit that it's far more prejudicial than probative. I don't think it's probative of anything. But if the court were to allow it, then it opens the door for her to explain her state of mind and why she said it. And if you do that, then we're talking about, well, facing life. This other guy got 25 and he was charged with a lot more.
I don't have an objection to that.
Said that in jest, things of that nature. So I think it just opens up. It opens up for a lot of problematic issues.
I don't have an objection to her talking about that. About the time that she's facing and the state of mind in which she said.
You don't have a problem.
I have zero problem.
I have a huge problem with that.
Judge, there's no pending.
When I use the word duty
Yep.
in front of the jury, why did I go through that? And I use that very diplomatic, neutral word instead of prison, minimum mandatories, enhancement.
We talked about that during voir dire, that they would not be a part of the sentencing phase. Your Honor brought it up. I brought it up. I forget the gentleman who mentioned that something about how he would be uncomfortable sitting in judgment of it because he could potentially be taking somebody's life away. And then we discussed that this was not a capital case, that she is not facing the death penalty,
So why would I
etc.
now allow them to hear what she's potentially facing?
Judge, I'm not making. Nobody has made a motion of limine to limit that portion of this case. Normally, the state brings that up in a motion of limine because it is inflaming the passions of the jury to say, well, this woman's life is in your hand, and if you convict her, she's facing this. I do not have a problem, and I am not making a motion in limine to limit that. I don't think that it would be a compelling closing argument to make, but regardless of that, this call is, number one, a business record. Number two, it is the defendant's statement, so it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, for a statement by party opponent as well as a business record. So it's admissible as such.
It's not hearsay.
And then number two, the reason that it's more probative than prejudicial is because, again, element 3 of this crime is that the defendant committed this act with a depraved mind, which goes directly to this case. The defense's argument, theory of the case, I'm introducing her statement in which she says this is self-defense. Mr. Tomas, during a number of different testimonies, has elicited the testimony, especially with Dr. Mathis, about how the victim was charging at the defendant, screaming at the top of his lungs. I think during opening statement, he said this was a guttural, vicious, almost demonic statement that the victim made, which Ms. Link, in this jail call, in this portion of the jail call, and it's about 30 seconds, says, well, if I knew how much time I was facing, I would have chopped him up and spread him all around Florida. The reason why that's so important is because she says this was an accident. She didn't mean to do this. This wasn't her intention. This goes directly to that and the depravity of her mind at the point in time that this crime was committed. I have zero problem with Ms. Link when she testifies, because I think we're all on the same page here that she is going to be testifying. I have zero problem with her explaining that call, and she should.
Okay, your request is denied. It is highly inflammatory, highly irrelevant. It happened 3 years after she was arrested. The context of which she's making that statement is during a breakdown of plea negotiations. It's also not connected in any way temporally to the commission of the crime or any statements she made post-Miranda.
Well, Judge,
it's also more, nope, pleadings are closed, no more argument. You started first, you went second, you're going third, and that's it. It's also more prejudicial than probative. That's my ruling.
I understand your ruling. I just want to put two things on the record. Number one, during the court's ruling right now, I can see it on the computer screen. Ms. Link is rolling her eyes every time I open my mouth. I would ask the court to admonish Ms. Link once again. I know that we had a conversation sidebar about that in the next of kin. I think that this is becoming a feature of what Ms. Link is doing during this trial and trying to, get her 15 minutes of fame. And number two, I think this goes directly to the defendant's consciousness of guilt, of what she would have done.
She does a big one.
You have asked, Ms. Link, I cannot go in the mind of the jury. I think they're paying attention. I think they're dedicated. The fact that they're here early almost every day and they come back for lunch, we've been doing the case, not them. You're not allowed to make any facial expressions. I already said it before. This is a tragedy all around. You're allowed to be emotional. You have to control it. Because I literally told the next of kin through Mr. Bermuda that I could see their emotions, and I asked him to have them limit their emotions. It was cumulative over a few-day period. I haven't been looking at you. I don't know if you're rolling your eyes or anything of that nature. I know that you got emotional when the body worn camera was played, just about everyone did, but the jury needs to decide this case based on the evidence and not from any outside influence. It's actually in your best interest to control any facial expressions you may be doing, because if they don't like what they're seeing and they don't tell me, I don't know what's in their heart, and I don't know what's in their mind. Does that make sense? Yes, Judge. Okay.
So just the only other thing that I wanted to inquire about is the order that you were able to get a certified copy of. Can I use that, or do we need to get like an original from the?
I don't have an objection to the introduction. I still think that the court needs to take judicial notice that a termination of parental rights does not exist in this case.
There was an objection to me doing that. I think I was inclined to do that.
That's fine, and I would seek to admit that order as a certified document.
I have no objection.
He has no objection to that.
All right.
Yeah. But you do realize that what you gave us is not a termination of parental rights.
Yes, I didn't use the word terminate. I said he lost his rights, and that's actually true. He has a pathway to get his rights back, but he would need to get drug treatment, which the order says he hasn't, and he would need to curb his domestic violence, which the order says he hasn't, and we already know from what happened that wasn't happening. So Ms. Link was the custodial parent, and his rights were limited to Zoom calls that were completely at her discretion, and one visit a month supervised with his mother, who did not live in the state.
So if we do play back the record, Mr. Tomas did say that his rights were limited.
I didn't say terminate, I said lost.
All right, fair enough.
Wow.
All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and what that document actually showed. Since it's a document that my JA was able to get from the Bearcat State Aid over in the dependency/juvenile division, I think the state is satisfied. It is a business record, and I would take judicial notice that there's
I'm going to give you a copy.
Order terminating his parental rights. It seems like, Mr. Tomas, what we have is an order limiting his parental rights, correct?
Yes.
Limiting.
If I could just have a moment to step outside to inform my officer.
We can go off record for a few minutes.
All right. That got spicy.
While he does that, state orders back here. 2.2, can you look to see? Mr. Tomas, can you pull 2.2 from the jury instruction on edited recording?
Sherry Smith just gifted 5 memberships. Sherry, thank you very much for your generosity. That is really cool. Let me explain what the state was just going for there while we wait for just a second for the court to come back from this little break as we get caught up. The state has a phone call of the defendant in jail talking to somebody. It's a jail phone call. And in this phone call, the defendant says something to the effect of, if I'd known how much time I would have, basically how big the penalty is, the punishment for murder. If I'd known I was facing that much time, I would have chopped that MFR up and spread his body all over the wherever. And the state wants to introduce that as evidence to show that this was a depraved killing, to meet one of the elements of the charge. The judge, rightfully so, Judge, I'm on your side on this one, said that is 3 years after the crime, the completely different setting. Yes, she's talking about that, but you can't say, 3 years later, she told us that this is what she did. No, it's not coming in. Judge, good job on that one. I'm going to give you a kudos for that. More of those, please. That would be great. Okay, we're coming back right now. Hang on. And it's spicy. Prosecution thinks that Daisy is rolling her eyes at them.
Yeah,
but they don't like
that.
Step
outside and be involved. Mr. Alcala is going to play a portion of Mr. Tomas's opening where he says that the victim has no right to see the kids. And then I believe that Ms. Daly on has an argument.
Well, hold on, we're starting with the next witness. I don't have to revisit anything regarding.
No, I understand, but this is part of the court zone.
I understand, we can revisit it later on.
That doesn't have to be right now, but you want access to the court and the record to revisit for the case law.
What case law?
Well, Judge Byron.
Right, so I'm not going to play this back and forth where I am.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Padilla, you want that case law, you want to bring it up, it's not relevant to the next witness, right? It's part of it. Part of this next witness?
Yes.
Okay. How am I going to now look at this case law without reading it first?
Well, Judge, so what we're asking, Judge, is once we have the case law, we'll have it printed, and we're asking for access to the records to make arguments specifically on the court's ruling that the jail call is not, the court did not allow the jail call.
The jail call, where she talks about her prison sentence that she's facing?
Judge, it goes to consciousness of guilt. If I can I make arguments to court?
No, we're done on this. Mr. Brigida started the argument. I went to the defense, I went back to Mr. Brigida, I allowed him some leeway after I ruled, but as far as I was concerned, the pleadings on that issue were closed. I'm not allowing you access to the record. We're going to be in trial 2 days next week. File your motion for reconsideration. Thank you. Understood. All right.
Final motion for reconsideration.
Oh, I'm going to bring them back in. I'm going to bring them in. So.
This is going to be a death match by the time we're over.
It's work. The jury's been outside for 11 minutes. And I know I was 10 minutes late, but these are issues that are being brought up in the middle of trial. So let's just try to streamline it so that we don't waste this jury's time.
He just handed the video to the clerk, said, "Mark this." The judge has said, "I refuse to watch that. I'm not going to watch that." It's a video of the defense saying that their parental rights were terminated when he said, I said they were eliminated or removed. This is a back and forth argument like no other. The judge is livid. The hand gestures the prosecutor. Oh my goodness. Okay, shoes time. Shoes. We have the Rockports, followed by the Converse ASIC. Those are Nikes. I don't know what those were. Those I think were ASICs. Converse again. Nike. Did they change their shoes at lunch?
All 9 views.
All right. All jurors are accounted for. The lawyers are single present. I'll see it. Thank you. This should be the last witness for the day. It's Sergeant Melody.
Detective Melanie Morris.
Detective Melanie Morris.
We have 9 jurors.
This is messed up.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Got to be a Florida rule. Based on the crime, you have a certain number of jurors. Probably 8 deliberating and 1 alternate. What do you think? 6 and 3?
I get the name.
Melanie Morris. She's
The judge has shut down the prosecution. They said, well, we want to make a record about this. Not happy that they're not allowed to bring in the jail call.
Raise your right hand and sign to affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
They're now going to file a motion for reconsideration for next week to basically readdress this and argue it again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Ayden Norris.
And where do you work?
I work in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there now for 8 years.
And what department do you work in?
I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Bureau.
And can you just briefly walk us through your training and experiences?
When I started, I was on road patrol in our South District. After a year and a half, I became a field training officer. So I would train the new recruits that would graduate the academy. After some time doing that, I was transferred over to the Homicide Bureau in 2021.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Now, how did you first become involved in this case?
I was contacted by Detective Danny Morales, who advised that there was a homicide that occurred in the city of Homestead, and I was requested to respond.
Did he advise you who found the victim?
He told me that the victim was found by his wife.
Okay. And did he advise you what, if any, injury he was suffering?
He had a gunshot wound to the leg.
Okay. Are you aware if the victim was declared deceased on scene?
I believe he was.
Did you arrive to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that scene at 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, 33030?
Yes, it was.
Is that in Miami-Dade County?
That is with the Miami-Dade County.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you make contact with?
I made contact with my supervisor, Sergeant Jason Waite.
And what, if anything, did he advise you of?
He advised me that Detective Joseph Cruz would be the lead investigator on the case.
Now, before we move on, can you explain how homicide teams actually work?
Yes, so we are a team consisting of one supervisor who's a sergeant, and we have between 3 to 5 detectives on that team. When we are assigned a homicide investigation, there's always going to be one detective that's the lead investigator. And because the multitude of the cases and the amount of work that needs to be done in a homicide investigation to be thorough, the whole team will assist and handle different leads that are assigned by the lead investigator.
Now, you said that the lead investigator in this case was Detective Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you making decisions on your own, or is he giving you assignments?
No, all decisions are made by Detective Cruz. Prior to me making any decision, I would advise Detective Cruz what I came across, what I have, and at that point, he will guide me in what he would want me to do.
So it's fair to say that everything you learned, Detective Danny Morales, Detective Suyapa Hubbard, everything that they learned is flowing to Detective Cruz?
Yes.
So that he can make a decision on what to do?
Yes.
Now, did you speak to Detective Cruz on scene?
Yes, I did.
Were you given a brief on the investigation and facts as he had them on scene?
Yes.
Did he make any requests of you?
He requested that I respond with him to headquarters to interview Miss Daisy Link.
Okay. Did you respond to headquarters that day?
Yes, I did.
And was that to potentially interview the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the point in time that the defendant was transported to headquarters, was she a subject of the investigation?
No.
Why not?
She was merely a very important witness. She was also the wife of our victim, which is very important for us because we believe she would have very relevant information as to what the victim was doing prior to him being shot, if he had any enemies or anything of that sort.
Did you believe it was a good idea to bring her in?
Yes.
Now, when you first got to headquarters, is that where she was brought in for an interview? Is that recorded in any way?
Yes, it's video and audio recorded.
Okay. And everything that happens in that room is going to be captured, more or less?
Yes.
Now, when you first interacted with the defendant in the interview room, did you contact anyone to assist you?
Yes, I contacted our Crime Scene and Evidence Bureau so they can have an investigator respond.
Why did you do that?
To take pictures, and also she had clothes that was full of blood. I didn't want her sitting in the interview room for a long period of time in clothes that had blood that was potentially her husband's. So I wanted to make sure I could get her to change and photograph her before that.
Can you explain what the defendant's demeanor was like when you were first interacting with her at headquarters?
She's very defensive during that interaction.
Did she say anything to you?
She said, and not exact quoting, but something along the lines of...
Objection, speculation.
Just the words she said. Okay. So the objections will rule. Why was I treating her as a person that shot the victim?
Okay. In your mind, were you treating her as the person who shot the victim?
No, I simply wanted her to get out of bloody clothing that she had on.
Did you attempt to give her clothing?
I did.
When you attempted to give her those clothing, what was her reaction?
Excuse my language, but she said, I'm not going to put that shit on.
Did you offer her anything to eat or drink at that point in time?
I did multiple times.
Did she accept?
No.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes. Permission to move into evidence, Your Honor. That's an objection.
Stay Exhibit 2C, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 25, Judge.
While at headquarters, other than interviewing Ms. Link or attempting to interview Ms. Link, did you do anything else? Thank you.
Yes, I did. I documented a body search warrant.
What is a body search warrant?
A body search warrant is a warrant to gather DNA, clothing, and this particular incident was for the DNA and the clothing.
Okay. What DNA and what clothing?
It was going to be for Ms. Link's DNA and for her clothing.
Okay, we briefly talked about this yesterday, but can you explain to us what the process is of obtaining a warrant?
Yes, so us as detectives, we document a statement of facts, which is the facts that are known to us at the time of us writing that search warrant. Once we type that, we submit it to our supervisor who reviews it. Once our supervisor is done reviewing it, we will submit it to a state attorney. The state attorney determines whether or not we have enough probable cause to move forward with that warrant. Once they determine that we do, we submit that warrant to a judge who gives a final approval on it.
Okay. And was a warrant for Ms. Link's DNA approved in this case?
Yes.
Was that executed as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, after doing the body warrant, what, if anything, did you do next?
Fingerprint.
Fingerprinting who?
Miss Link.
If Ms. Link was not a subject at this point in time, why were you fingerprinting her?
Because we were made aware that she did touch the victim at that time when she found him. So we wanted to make sure we did have her fingerprints in the instance we had to rule it out and use it for that case.
Okay. Was she under arrest at this point?
No.
Was she a subject at that point?
No.
Now, if she wasn't a subject, she wasn't an arrest, why are you fingerprinting her?
In case we found fingerprints that she mentioned about touching the
question.
subject, his property that was on him. So we find fingerprints, we have to submit those fingerprints for testing in case it could have been someone else that touched the phone. So having her fingerprints will help us in ruling out, okay, these are Miss Link's fingerprints, and we know that these are her fingerprints because she did touch the victim at the time.
Now, to be clear, the defendant does not have to speak to you at any point, correct?
Correct.
When you were fingerprinting her, were you prompting her to speak to you?
No.
Did she ever speak to you while she was being fingerprinted?
She did.
What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said, I did not mean to kill him.
Okay. What did you say to her in response?
I advised her to please stop talking, that if she wanted to speak to me, we would have to go into the interview room, go over her rights, and at that point, we can determine whether or not she really wanted to speak to me. But I did tell her multiple times to not speak to me.
Can you explain to the jury what Miranda rights are?
Yes, it is a form that we use, and it explains the right to individuals that they have a right to they don't need to speak to us, whether they want an attorney present or not, and that pretty much a little summary of what Miranda rights are.
Okay. Judge, by stipulation of the party, the state moves into evidence that's been pre-marked for identification purposes is 2D.
All right, go ahead.
Stay Exhibit 2D, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 26.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm using a demonstrative which is pre-marked for identification purposes, 1J. I know this is very far and the writing is small, so I'll read it. And if I could have that as well. 26? Thank you. So detective, I'm going to put this in front of you real quick and use the same form here. The top of this, is this the Miranda form that you read to Ms. Link?
That's a big Miranda form.
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top. Before you are asking questions, you must understand the following rights. Let's start at number 1. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions. You understand that right? There's a yes, there is a no. There what appears to be a D and L next to yes. Whose initials are those?
Miss Link's.
Okay, so she responded yes to that question?
Yes.
Number two, should you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced as evidence in court against you? Do you understand that right? There's a yes, there's a no. Again, a DL on yes, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
And she initialed yes?
Yes.
Number three, if you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have the lawyer present. Do you understand that right? Again, yes, no. Again, initials, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
Number four, if you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one can be provided for you at no cost if you want. Do you understand that right? Yes, no. Again, a DL, Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
Those are her initials?
Yes.
Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? Yes, no. Again, DL, Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
She agreed to speak to you?
Yes.
Did you threaten her in any way?
No.
The statement is signed of my own free will without any threats or promises having been made to me. There's a signature and a date and time. That date is 6/25/2022, and the date appears to be, it's either 4 or 6:22 p.m. Is that correct?
4:22 p.m. Yes.
Okay, and whose signature is that?
Miss Link's.
And on the left-hand side of this, it says advising officer. Who was the advising officer?
That was me.
And can you tell us the rest of it? It says 6/25/22 with what appears to be 6567 above it?
That's my badge number.
Okay. And then right underneath it, there's a witness, J. Cruz.
Yes, that's Detective Joseph Cruz.
Thank you very much. I can take that.
All right, so Miranda was properly done.
Now, I want to briefly talk about the defendant's statement. What, if anything, did she tell you? Just briefly.
She told me that her and the victim were involved in an argument.
Judge, I want to object best evidence from what we're going to hear this evening.
This is summary, correct? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And states that planning on introducing the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, here, let me ask you this. Did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Did she, at the time of the interview, did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Who did she say the victim was?
Her husband.
And that would be Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
Did she advise of any domestic violence between her and Pedro Jimenez, in which Mr. Jimenez was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise of any domestic violence, prior domestic violence, where she was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise you of an incident that happened a few days prior?
Yes.
In which Mr. Jimenez, she claimed, pistol whipped her?
Yes.
Did she advise that she picked up Mr. Jimenez that day?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That she responded to one of his friend's house because it was getting late to go pick him up.
Did she say if he threatened her at that point?
No.
Did she say that he had any weapons on her?
No.
Or him?
No.
And she said she went and picked him up on her own volition?
Yes.
Did she say whether or not he asked her to pick her up?
No.
Did she ever tell you about any conversations that they were having that night?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
Conversations about the victim making allegations that Miss Link cheated on him.
Did Miss Link deny that to the victim?
In the beginning, yes.
Okay. Did she advise a little later on about what continued to transpire that night?
Yes.
And what was that?
They continued to argue about the same situation until eventually Miss Link advised the victim that she did cheat on him.
And did Miss Link advise that the defendant had left at that period of time before she admitted to the infidelity?
Yes.
It wasn't with the cousin, was it? Wasn't that what the fight was over?
Did Miss Link advise if she had a firearm?
Yes.
And at what point in time did she say she had the firearm?
She was looking for the victim, didn't know where he was at. She grabbed the firearm from inside and then sat outside to smoke a cigarette.
And so the victim was nowhere to be found at that point in time?
No.
Did she say why she grabbed the firearm?
She believed that by grabbing the firearm, it would instill fear in him from confronting her.
Even though he wasn't around?
Yes.
Did she say if the victim showed up later on?
Yes.
And what happened there, did she say?
They continued to argue. The victim at one point pushed her, which is when she grabbed the firearm. As soon as she grabbed the firearm, the victim began to run away from her. She says that he was running to lock her out of the house, and in order to stop him from locking her out of the house, she discharged the firearm.
Did she say that she was in fear for her children?
No.
Did she say she was in fear for her safety?
No.
Did she merely say that she didn't want to be locked outside?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lincoln advise what, if anything, happened to that firearm?
Judge, at this point, I'd ask best evidence rule. We can hear.
Sustain. We'll be on summary.
Did you ask Ms. Link to draw anything for you?
Yes.
And why'd you do that?
For me to better understand where she was when she discharged the firearm for purposes of attempting to locate a casing on scene.
Okay, state now moves into evidence which has been pre-marked for identification purposes as 1B. 2B, I'm sorry.
The exhibit 2B marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 27.
And that's my stipulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And I also have a demonstrative of this. Detective, if you don't mind just taking this from me, I'm going to give you a couple of markers here. Truthfully, just use whichever one works a little better. Thank you. Or both. If you don't mind just holding that up for the jury. What exactly are we looking at here?
So here we're looking at the street, and these are two duplexes. This one in particular is a duplex where Ms. Link and the victim resided.
Okay, and this is the drawing that Ms. Link made?
Yes.
Okay, can you just walk us through exactly what Ms. Link told you about this and mark where she was standing and where the victim was standing?
Yes, so she says she was sitting here on the porch where the staircase is. The gun was directly next to her. The victim was standing here in front of her.
And there is a circle at the top of it. What was that?
This is where she said the victim ran towards this way, and she shot the firearm when she was approximately by this circle.
Okay. And there's like a little line right next to that as well. What's that?
That's where the victim continued to run.
Okay. Did you find a casing ever?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone found a casing for this firearm?
To my knowledge, nobody did.
We're all getting high up.
Now, while on scene,
I can smell
and I would move to.
It's a
This is a demonstrative.
So we want to do that.
Just preserve it for closing.
Sure.
Now, while all this is happening, you're interviewing Ms. Link. Are officers still on scene at that 1237 address?
Yes.
Why?
They are still conducting their part of the investigation, which is the scene, the body, whatever portion everybody was assigned. Sorry. They were documenting they were documenting the scene, the body. They were still conducting their investigation on scene.
Are you aware if canine officers responded to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Are any other detectives on scene as well?
Yes, our homicide detectives are on scene.
And that would have been Danny Morales, Yapa Hubbard, whatever other officers were on scene?
Yes.
And are you guys speaking while you're interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
They're relaying information that they're finding on scene that's relevant for us in case they have any questions that they need us to ask Ms. Link.
What, if anything, did they tell you was going on scene?
They found
It goes to state of mind, effect on listener as well.
They advised me that they discovered a Ring video camera footage where Ms. Link made a statement on it.
That's all.
Yeah.
Permission to publish evidence previously submitted, Your Honor?
Sure.
Is it loud?
Now that video that we just watched as a portion of State's Exhibit 16, is that the video that was relayed to you?
Yes.
And did you relay that video to Ms. Lincoln?
Yes.
What was her reaction to that?
She said that she did not say that.
Now, do you know when exactly, or a rough estimate of when that incident occurred?
That was approximately 10 minutes prior to the 911 call.
Okay, so there was a 911 call in this case as well.
Yes.
Did officers learn who made that 911 call?
Yes.
Who made that 911 call?
Miss Link.
And permission to publish, what's the name?
Come to sidebar real quick. Our ears can't handle this. Yeah, go Brewers. They've got to win this game 5, right? This is who was it that cheered for the Cubs last night? That's what did it. Brewers have to win this one to move on. Time to pray for the Brewers. Susan, no. We want the Brewers. Yeah, I disappeared. I dropped my phone on the fade to black button and it did this. It went and I just disappeared. But I'm back now. I need to disable that button on that switcher. As a matter of fact, I think I can do that over here. Fade to black. Oh, it won't let me. Oh well. Yeah, we're gonna do timeouts for all you Cub fans. I think we need to time out all the Cubs fans. Just kidding. That's a great Metallica song. Which one? I do like Home Field Advantage probably will help. Fade to Black. Oh, yeah. That's a whole album, isn't it? Didn't they have a Fade to Black album? Is that? Not sure. Mariners, Braves, Astros. We've got everyone being cheered for. Josh, last night you told me the name of some player. I think he played for the Braves, didn't he? Let's see. Bats are going to come alive. I'm thinking of the Black Album. Yes, I am. That's what it was.
Playing now States Exhibit 1.
Okay, after the sidebar, we're going to go ahead and play whatever it is. Jail call.
25, 2022, 0321 and 57 seconds. Are you ready to start fire? What is the emergency?
911 call, sorry.
I don't know why I just hear a guy pushing and just go everywhere. Okay, so now we're going to check traffic walk to see where you are. Okay. Do you know what happened to them? Yeah, I'm not looking. Is he awake and breathing? Are you in Homestead now? Yes, I'm in Homestead. What is the phone number you're calling from? 36.
Before we move on with the rest of the call, that phone number, whose phone number was that?
That I don't know.
Did Daisy Link give you her cell phone number?
She did. During the interview, she did.
When he gets home from the line as well, violence is already confirmed. Do you know what part of his body is injured or? I think it's in right leg. Does he have a pretty strong soft or towel or blood pressure to where he's bleeding from? I know that is a funny day for me. Do you have any suspicion of laughing? She was, the address is 1300.153. She's alleged that she found a metal down on the floor and bleeding all over. And I'm curious to see if she can look and see where his blood, the blood is coming from. She says, okay. I know what happened. I have her on the line.
And you have the contact account certificate?
She's calling from 786-562-9539.
And where are you sitting today?
I'm in position 1502.
I'm no problem. And you're my taking right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Hello? Okay, you said it looks like he's by the alleyway?
He is. He's in the alley.
Is he breathing?
He's breathing. He's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay. About how old do you think he is?
I don't know. Maybe it's 30, 25. I don't know.
So between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yes.
Is he able to tell you anything? Like when it happened or anything like that?
Hello?
Yeah, but can he tell you
what happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know? Okay. Police on the way. I have the ambulance on the way. Just stay on the phone with me, okay? And you said it looks like it's mostly from his legs?
Hold on, I'm right on the side right now. I think that is, hold on. Let me see. There's hold on. I see an entry, hold on, one man, and I see an entry. Was he shot? It looks like it is, yes. He's bleeding off of his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up.
So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way.
Are you breathing? Ma'am, were you able to get a clean right off the towel with high pressure? And his leg? I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg. You tied it around his head? Hey! Hello? Hey! Dozy. Are you okay? What the fuck happened?
Is he still breathing in?
Yeah. Hey! He's breathing out. Or not yet. They're coming through now. I see them coming through now.
Just let me know when they make contact with you, okay?
Yeah.
Do they see you?
Hey! Down here, right here, down here. Hey! Down here. Hello? Down here. Hey! Down here. Down here.
And you see the evidence?
I see him here.
She's saying, stay with me,
Stay with me.
trying to keep him conscious.
They're here. Stay with me. Okay, I'll go ahead and finish. Okay.
June.
Detective, did investigators find out who made that phone call?
Yes,
Who did?
Miss Link.
Now, after Daisy Link admits to shooting Pedro Jimenez, what, if anything, did you do with her? Was she under arrest at that point?
Yes.
And I know we talked about this briefly before, but that body warrant, the DNA warrant, that was executed as well?
Yes, it was.
Did you author any other warrants at that time?
A ring search warrant
Why?
to obtain video that was captured on the ring camera.
And to be clear, that warrant was through the same process that we talked about beforehand?
Yes.
The video that we saw a few minutes ago, that was part of that warrant?
Yes.
There's a few other videos that I want to show you and ask you if those were also part of that warrant. And this would be part of State's Exhibit 16.
Why does every video start with a full volume recording of Niagara Falls? The cameraman did a halfway decent job of white balancing, but has not adjusted the iris at all. So we can't see.
Watched with a person exiting that vehicle, multiple people exiting, and small children involved as well. That was part of State's Exhibit 6, or excuse me, the ring camera that you executed?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a very good ring advertisement. But wait, there's more. I'm just going to turn it way down. We can't see it, we can't hear it. They got a little better. Daisy's listening intently. Sounds like a defective dot matrix printer.
Going in and out of this vehicle. Is this video also a part of the ring camera warrant that you executed?
Yes.
And finally,
No. There's more.
that video where we see an adult male walking back into that vehicle, go through it a little bit, and then leave, was that part of the video or the ring camera warrant that you also executed?
Yes.
Now, after you arrest the defendant, is that where the investigation ended?
No.
Why not if you've made an arrest?
Cool. It's just how they run that channel.
In the homicide investigation, there's a lot of moving parts, and we conducted a very thorough investigation. So now it's going through the defendant's statement and then proving or disproving things that were said in the statement, ensuring that we have all the physical evidence and the facts correct to back up everything that occurred.
Did you yourself speak to additional witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And that was after the fact?
Yes.
Did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Did you meet with the homeowner?
Yes.
Was that Robert Cisneros?
Yes.
Were you with anybody when you responded to that scene?
Yes, Detective Danny Morales and Detective Chiappa Hubbard.
Why did you respond to that scene?
To gather video surveillance footage.
Okay, and did you watch that video surveillance?
I did not.
I don't want to talk about any of that specific surveillance, but what I do want to ask you is, did you see anybody cut any wires, delete anything?
No.
Going back very briefly, Detective, this is a silly question. Do you have a personal cell phone?
Yes.
Does that have reporting capabilities?
Yes.
When you are investigating a crime, do you take out your phone and report things on your phone?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because my personal phone is my personal phone. It is not subject to anything that I do that is work related.
Do you have standard operating procedures that allow you to use your cell phone?
For my personal cell phone, no.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say you are not allowed to do that.
Correct.
Is there anybody that you reach out to in order to gather any kind of video surveillance evidence as well?
Yes, we have a video forensics unit that is certified and takes specific trainings in retrieving video surveillance footage.
If you have the capability to record something on your phone, why are you reaching out to them to collect evidence?
That would be the proper way to do it. These individuals are trained. They take trainings how to properly extract video and maintain its integrity.
Now, Detective, I know you weren't here, but Danny Morales and Chiappa Hubbard and yourself all wore suits while you testified. Why are you not in a uniform?
This is my daily attire for work.
So as a detective, a homicide detective, you are wearing a suit as your uniform?
Yes.
Do you get body-worn camera?
No, we do not.
Why not?
That is simply only assigned to road officers.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes as states 2E. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take about a 10-minute coffee break. It'll be a comfort break. The video that will be played is about an hour and a half long, so just be prepared. If you need to take a coffee break in the middle of that hour and a half, you can do so. You all will just raise your hand. Just so you know what's coming after this is now. Okay, it's the video that will be played.
Judge, can you just move it inside?
All right, I'm sorry, real quick, if we move this evidence, let's just have Ray mark it.
Statement moves into evidence with some pre-marked for identification purposes is 2E.
Say exhibit 2E, marked for identification, now becomes say exhibit 28, Judge.
Thank you. It has to be said on the record in front of you all. All right, you can go back in there.
The interview that's about to be played is Daisy's police interview. Now, I'm tempted to do a poll where we just vote and decide if this is going to be a nice, crystal clear recording, if it's going to be, you know, like recorded in an audio sound booth, or on a potato in a cinder block room.
Thank you. No, I do not.
So we go off the record for about a 10-minute coffee break. We're going to fast forward through a tiny bit of it because we are a teensy bit behind. There we go. So most of the break is over. We're now caught up. Underwater potato being eaten by an ogre. Based with how the courtroom has been, I'm going with potato. Yeah, it's going to be, but I'm glued. The break's almost over, by the way. We skipped because we were about 10 minutes behind because of that Soto Escalara sentencing. Potato is not a sponsor. Thank you, Legally Blonde, for posting that. We have to, by law, do that. Lawyers make us say this. Nails on a chalkboard. As long as there's no water feature. Yeah, what's with the ambient water feature in an audio recording? That is terrible. 2 cans in a string. I would think sometimes that's preferable to what we get. Twice baked potato. I haven't put a real poll up yet, but even the potato doesn't want to be associated with the sound of this court. The family is, even if there is a video, first of all, the video we're watching is an hour and a half long. The master copy is 11 hours. We're not watching 11 hours. They have redacted this heavily, so it'd be really, really difficult to follow along on a main copy and just get the parts that they include with the redactions as the jury gets to hear it. So unfortunately, no on that one. Idaho resident here, leave the potatoes out of it, says surely not. I like a good Idaho spud. They're good potatoes. Idaho knows how to grow them well. Not as big a fan of sugar beets though, Idaho. Not sure why you do that. Miss Ant, you're welcome. Glad we can brighten your day a little bit. Florida potato and not Idaho. Yeah, Florida potato I think is softer and squishier. Let's see. 11 hours of interrogation. I'm not sure if it was all in one session or if it was just the total. Idaho has good trials also lately. They've had a couple. One we wish they had, would probably still be going right now. Koberger, but no. Let's see. Love all cooked potatoes. Twice baked is my favorite. Twice baked. Actually, if you bake a potato, skin on baked potato, and then stick it in the fridge, and the next morning you slice it up and cook it as hash browns, where you're doing potato slices, and they've got to be at least a 1/4 inch thick. Cooked on the griddle with butter, real butter, or bacon. It works as well. Good salt, pepper seasoning, maybe just a dash of like a, either like a kickin' chicken or, a red pepper flake or something like that. Just give it just a little bit of a bite. Oh, that's the best. Lavender Lux, thank you for gifting a membership. That one went to Adventure Feet 22. I haven't met a potato I didn't like. Let's see. Jacket spud with tuna mayo and cheese. Ooh, haven't done that one. I do like a good potato as a soup bowl, where you sort of just carve a notch out of a potato and fill it with soup, or overflow it with a creamy broccoli. Or if you have a what restaurant is it? They serve Zupas. I think it's Cafe Zupas. They have Wisconsin cauliflower soup. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is good. I need the recipe for that, like the real recipe for Wisconsin cauliflower. And then I need somebody to teach Mrs. R.A. how to make it. Some smoked paprika is a great addition to fried potatoes. I usually put that on like deviled eggs, but it's all good. Carb's gonna carb. We have some amazing soups. Had a dog that would steal potatoes out of the bag and eat them. It must have been a texture thing for the dog, because raw potatoes are just not good. This is torture, because I really do love potatoes. Rita, I'm sorry. Potatoes are like little gems from the earth. They're fantastic. I have to say, I don't know who sent me this, but these propolis soothing lozenges made with honey, vitamin D, and zinc. These are Beekeeper's Naturals. They're really good. These are like, they're a very subtle flavor, but it does have a definite.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Definite honey flavor.
It's an hour and 30 plus minutes long, or an hour and 20 plus minutes?
Hour 32. Right, and at certain points, I do intend to stop and ask Detective Moore some follow-up questions, but.
Understood. All right, let's take it one thing at a time, and I'm going to read to the jury 2.2, instruction on edited reporting.
Okay.
All rise with the jurors.
We might be able to see part of it.
You are about to view and listening to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate relevant portions that will not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen and consider this evidence. All right, go ahead, Mr. Rubio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes.
just an hour and a half. Thank you. Thank you. At least we get to see. We're overexposed. Iris down, cameraman. Iris down.
I just want to briefly pause here at 42 seconds of stage 28. We saw Ms. Link enter, and she has these brown paper bags on
Here we
her
go.
hands.
Iris down, Iris down, Iris down.
That is to preserve, because she touched the victim, is to preserve if there was any gunshot residue.
Keep going. Okay, what can possibly go wrong? She's got paper bags on her hands for ASMR for the entire thing. I'm gonna start. Well, let's do some things to the audio first of all. Let's crank that down. Take off the whole top end to get rid of some of the paper sound. Let's boost the mid-range. There's a hum I think I can take out if I can find it. Let's see. There it is, got the hum. Someone's peeing in the corner. I don't know what that's about. She's asking, why are you taking my clothes? She says, I'm taking them from you because you have blood all over them.
You're gonna do something to your hands, and then you're gonna change your clothes so you can have not bloody clothes on. I want you to sit here and clothes this clothes on.
So they're photographing her now. I swear, I think detectives should have to listen to every minute of every interrogation with bad audio. This is pretty bad. I've tuned out a lot of the frequencies of the paper. Just grates on my ears on. Deborah, thank you very much. Stephanie, this is a tough one. I'm not a miracle worker, but I can sort of save our ears a little bit. Taking pictures. You can see on the top screen that chunk, that's the shutter. Beep. Take another picture. So we're doing full body pictures. Those are the feet because he's just that sort of guy. Look this way, side profile picture. She turns sideways. Beep. There's the face. Get another one. Focus this time. That one looked okay. Now we'll get a body shot. Boom, right down there. And feet. Boom. Okay, that works. And all the way to the floor. Look the opposite direction. She turns around, faces the back towards us. We get the other profile. The other picture. Now we're getting a picture of her back. Another one of her head. And her feet. Another one of her back. Now face the cameraman. She seems absolutely thrilled to do this.
You have some kind of mark here. Do you have any other mark? Any mark, do you know?
She's been asked if she has any marks on her body. And if she has any more, there's one by her neck, or on the side of her face. Meanwhile, the other two are making the most noise they can with the paper bags, crumbling them up repeatedly, stuffing them into another bag. The cameraman is wearing his camera on a harness, as if he were like a sports photographer and had multiple cameras on a sling, but his camera would actually hit his gun if you just let it hang on the sling. More pictures. Looking for injuries, looking for close-up marks, anything that would indicate some sort of struggle or altercation. Holds up one arm. Okay.
That bruise that you have there, can you just lift it?
She's being a little obstinate. They're trying to photograph a bruise on her right arm.
So there's no reason later on down the line where take pictures of the injuries you already have. So later on someone doesn't say they were caused while they were out there. That's the only reason. No one denied anything at all. Okay? No one at all denied anything. That is the reason why we're doing this. Okay?
They're pulling the sleeve up to see the bruise on the inside of her elbow, and I can see it. Pretty substantial.
Is there any other injuries that you know?
asking to see the back of her hands. Both hands photographed, palms down. And flipped over. So now see the palm of the hands. Another picture. Now we're prepping the collection, I believe, of fingerprints or swabs. Looks like a swab of the left hand being conducted. And now the right hand. Possible looking for gunshot residue. Cameraman leaves the room. She's now teleported back to the interview table. Coffee has arrived. Brief introductions.
No, I know that you said in that video, well, let me ask you this. To be clear, that's you.
Yes.
And you said this is my partner, Joe. Is that Joe Cruz that we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
The lead detective in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're continuing.
I'm sorry for everything that you're going through right now, Daisy. And I'm sorry bear with me, we're just maybe all the verification, misinformation. Kids,
They're going to verify just basic information here.
anything. Okay? I know that it's a lot right now for you.
Like I told you earlier, your sister. Your kids with your family and your relationship.
I heard a "like I told you earlier" in there.
It was your first name, Pedro.
His name is Pedro.
He was junior. Yeah. How old is Pedro?
How old was Pedro?
What's his date of birth? 87. And you said that you guys another son? Yeah. Pedro. MIA.
Detective, the 911 call that we listened to earlier, which I believe is State Exhibit 1, in that, whoever the person who made that phone call, they said that the victim in the case had an injury, but they weren't sure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Link just gave an actual date of birth for the victim, though. Is that correct?
Her son. She gave the date of birth for her
I
son.
apologize.
Prosecutor wanted to jump point something out. Whiff. Missed it. Miss Ann, thank you very much for the super sticker. She's giving some personal information now.
And how long have you guys been at your school?
Where did you work at before you came here?
Logistics coordinator.
Logistics coordinator? Oh, I'm sure you're good. Like, for what company? Silver Beats?
I just work in a shipment in the United States.
Oh, wow. That's in Lexington?
Take that out, yeah.
And all you do is you be working, that's it?
Yeah.
How long were you working there for?
3 years, 5 years.
What high school did you go to?
Okay.
Really? What year did you graduate?
16.
Oh.
Something college.
So you left South Dayton? Did Ayden go to South Dayton?
I used to. He did.
He did. When did you guys meet?
Taking up on the 2017 with the government, and then Joe would pick me up. And then
I think you guys understood that part.
We'll get to that, right? We'll get to that. I want to make you relive that situation over and over again, okay? Where did you guys live before you guys moved to this house? 5 years ago, where did you live?
5 years ago, where did you live?
you can't remember the address of the house across the street somewhere.
Question about what? Was it in Homestead as well, or Florida Street?
Just leave Homestead.
Okay. And he's always been a trucker. How long has he been a trucker for?
About 3 years.
Detective, you just asked the question before you both lived at the address. Who are you referring to?
Miss Link and the victim.
Did Miss Link deny living with the victim?
No,
That the victim lived there?
no.
So for about a couple of years.
And what did you do before that?
Fasting, distraction, and stuff like that. I don't want to push him to get his license, so he could really get to it. Said he's been told off his body, we're in the sun, okay?
Yeah, construction site, job.
I just want to stay there. I wasn't going to more.
So bring your tissues, okay? So, there is some stuff that's yeah, what?
Before we move on, Detective, you asked a bunch of questions about the defendant's children, where her and the victim lived, a couple other things, how they met, and things like that. Why were you asking those questions?
Those are preliminary questions that we ask.
Is there any specific reason to get some background information or anything like that?
Background information as well to know, at that point we were aware that the children were in the residents at the time of this incident. That's something that we need to document.
Thank you.
This is the best sound when nothing's happening. Not sure why they kept this in.
Let me just skip a little bit ahead.
Yes, please do. Said we're going to go over your rights again. It's the same form. We're doing Miranda again, basically. They fast forward. They leave. She doesn't look like she's talking to them. Unfortunately, we're in real time. We can't skip forward any faster. Special K, I'm sacrificing my hearing for your benefit. This is why I have tinnitus. I can't believe this is what they agreed to show. Was the detectives coming in over and over asking her to answer questions and her just being quiet and sitting there. This is like I think a huge blunder. What will the jury see this as? Remorse? Are they going to feel sorry for her? She might look guilty. Here they come. Door's going to open. It's going to be loud.
Detective, we just heard the defendant whisper to herself, "I killed him. I loved him. I loved him so much." At that point in time, had the defendant made a confession of killing Pedro Jimenez to you?
No.
To any detectives?
No.
Would it be fair to say that is the first time the defendant ever admitted to killing the victim?
Yes.
Okay, so a few minutes ago, you knocked on the door and said you wanted to talk. Okay, so and we're gonna go over your rights again.
We're gonna go over your rights again.
We're gonna go over your rights again. It's gonna be the same form. I'll read it to you again. And we'll go from there, okay? Okay, so if you're asking any questions, you must understand the following rights. You have the right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions, and you understand this right.
Just going over the rights. You don't have to answer any of my questions.
If you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced into evidence in court.
Anything you say
You understand?
could be used against you in court. Do you understand? Yes. She signs DL.
If you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have a lawyer present. Do you understand that right?
You can have a lawyer present if you want, right now or anytime
If you have a
hereafter.
birthday, where one will be provided for you.
If you can't afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you.
Do you understand that right?
She doesn't even look at the paper. She's
Knowing
just
these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present?
knowing these rights. You want to answer my questions without having a lawyer present. She signs her name on the line. Drops.
This statement is signed of my own free will without any threats or promises having been made to me. Do you understand what that means?
Affidavit on the bottom that she did it willingly. She signs at the bottom.
And the date is 6/25.
6/25. Signs the date. 22.
And 4/22 p.m.
And it's 4:22 p.m.
I want to verify your phone number.
She says, I'm going to verify your phone number.
What is your cell number?
She's giving her cell phone number.
And you have that with what carrier?
It's a Verizon phone.
And what kind of phone do you have? An Android iPhone.
It's an iPhone.
And is your phone? Anyone else use it besides you?
It's her phone. Does anyone use it beside you? My kids and husband.
When, just to clarify something, because when we went downstairs to the fingerprinting, you told me that you didn't mean to do it, that you were just trying to scare him. What did you mean by that, and who were you speaking about? Okay, Pedro. And what did you mean by you didn't mean to do it? Just wanted to stop hitting me. So I grabbed his gun and I shot it, but I didn't aim him. Nothing mean to him. I just wanted to scare him, but I didn't want to scare him away.
We just wanted to scare him. Wanted to make him scared so he'd go away.
Let's rewind a little bit. Okay. How long have you been Pedro for?
She did say I shot him.
Last month made 9 years. Last month made 9 years? Okay. And
We've been together for 9 years.
Yeah. What was your relationship like?
loved him so much.
Why were you isolated for a long time? All the time. Couldn't talk to anybody except for my mom, maybe. I tried to leave before, but all he did was wreak havoc on everything.
And was your relationship always like that?
No, not at first.
Was your relationship always like that? No, not at first.
He's a different person when he's on drugs.
He's a different person when he's on drugs.
He'll come home before it doesn't always get that easy, because I live every day, when you work there, when you work here. But when he would come back after 3 weeks or a month, he would be anywhere from like 4 to 7 days. And he would just get strung out the whole 7 days. Again.
Did he do anything else?
He'd get strung out for a whole 7 days. Big drinker.
I guess the more money we began to get, the more drugs he started doing every time he would come home. He couldn't find an ounce of cocaine. He said he hid in the house. I never seen it.
When did he say that?
He said he couldn't find an ounce of cocaine that he'd hidden in the house. She said I'd never seen it.
He hit me in my head like 5 or 6 times with a gun. Like 4 or 5 days ago.
Did you report that? You were in the hospital.
4 or 5 days ago.
But they started asking me a lot of questions. I got scared and I got. I did. I went to the hospital, but before I got a chance.
Detective, briefly, I just want to back up from the statement. We heard Ms. Link say that Pedro did not let her have social media. Is Facebook social media?
Yes.
TikTok?
Yes.
Instagram?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was actually going to see a doctor and they said that they need to have a MRI or something scan my brain.
Did they register you? Did they get your information and stuff? What hospital? You said a couple days ago, you remember what day?
My mom flew down the very next day. So I'm gonna say 3 days ago.
My mom flew down the very next day, so it must have been 3 days ago.
She flew down to try to get arrested and I wouldn't do it. She even said, he's the baby that she's doing it. He's always done this to you.
And where were you when he hit you in the head?
I was at my cousin David. And he hit David too.
At the house? At your house? What's David's last name?
Correct.
Do you know his date of birth?
No.
Okay. He's a white man?
He's dark. He's darker than me. He's Puerto Rican.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Not exactly. He usually comes down. That was the first time he's ever been in my house for his seniors since we were kids.
And he's your cousin?
I have no idea. My mom's brother's son.
My mom's brother's son.
And where did
the cousin came down?
His face, he was trying to push him off me and Pedro turned back and he hit up the gun too.
And David didn't report
old is David? David is probably about, let's see, maybe 29, maybe 30.
Please tell me there wasn't an affair with the cousin. My mom's brother's son came down, named David. Government buildings are built by the lowest bidder, and they cut corners.
This house that you live in now, where we're at, how long have you lived there for? 5 years. 5 years. Walk me through yesterday, Friday, so today's Saturday, Friday. What was going on with you guys yesterday? Let's start from the morning. How's he been doing? Well, because I know you told me that he travels a lot with his job. Yeah. Okay, how long has he been home? This is supposed to be tomorrow. He was here for 7 days. Because he did the whole month. He was supposed to leave tomorrow on Sunday. So when did he get back from his last work? Something out there, when did he get back? Last Tuesday? Yes, I was talking about Christ since 2008. So he got back last Tuesday. Yeah. So he's been here about a week already. Yeah. What's he? When he comes back now, he'll angry. Whatever fucking reason. Could be anything. Literally, advocates in his head and actually believe that he would believe he had a severe mental disorder. I know he did. I know he did. Nobody normal would do shit like that. Nobody normal would make stuff up in their head and actually believe it. What do you make up? What do you mean by that? He was telling me how all of the fucking sweat cheating on him. Or on a fucking warrior, I know. Cheating on him. Oh yeah, I know that you've been taking naked pictures of yourself. Bullshit stuff.
Oh, spicy.
And he would just continuously say it over and over again. He would get back and be like, yeah, sending these fucking niggas pictures and shit. Hey, I'm stupid bitch, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know, like, you could genuinely tell he didn't believe the shit he was saying. You could tell he did.
You can tell he didn't believe that he was saying, "You keep sending me these naked pictures."
So he would just leave sometimes, take the truck to his dad's house. And then he would have maybe his friends pick him up from there. And then if I went to bars, do whatever he was doing. One would be nice and cold, I would come home. 1 in the morning, and then whenever he would go. Northwest, Florida Terrace. Florida State, take out to the border. So that's where he would stay because the same The other day, he was with his friend, he was with his friend's house. Good. And then I remember I drove by with friends and my sister's house and my mom. Do you remember what time that was? I don't know, 5. In the afternoon. Afternoon. My mom flew down, so she went to the cement, my sister, my mom, sister, one of my sister's kids. She's very, she's big, she's a was here. And I went over there, and then, just talking, shit like that. I was supposed to do a barbecue in the house there with all my sisters and stuff. Then after that, I went home, I had to go home. I went home, and then it was about maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. And then he started having. At this point, you were alone with the kids? No. Okay, and what were the kids? The kids were moving on. So you and your mom and 2 kids home? Yeah. Okay. After that, I went and I picked them up.
You and your mom and 2 kids were at home. After that, I went
Well,
and picked
where did you
them up.
pick them up from? Friend's house. Do you know the address? No. I just know it's, well, I'm the street behind Homestead now. So I don't know the precise address.
And what's his friend's name then?
Manriquez.
Manriquez?
Manriquez.
Do you know his brother?
I think I'm Ayden. RIQ. UEZ, I believe.
Is he white or black?
He is white, he is Spanish.
Okay, and how did you know to pick him up from there?
Because I knew that he was over there. Before he left, he was with, it was him, I mean, the brother, and a couple of other, when I see that group of people, the group of boys there, I know he's going to be at.
But where did you see him with these people?
At their house. Well, first they came to my house.
Okay.
And then I went to their house.
Why did they come to your house?
I guess he was his mom. I don't know.
So he was home. I don't want to say your house then. Because you told me you were home with the kid and your mom.
Yeah, that was when I got back.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And then after that, I told my mom, I'm going to go back, I'm going to go pick the baby up. Because I know he's coming drunk on the back, and he was just on the phone and shit.
Did he ask you to pick him up, or you decided to go pick him up?
I decided to go.
Okay.
Just decided to go pick him up. The story's dragging on.
He was going back, okay, I'm not again. It was one. He took me on the side, so I went inside. And he said, oh, I'm coming. He's drunk on his ass. And then you could see he had like coke bags on and stuff.
When you got there, how did he tell him to come outside?
His friend, he normally leaves outside. I went and I was like, well, where's Pedro at? Oh, he's inside the house. Okay. He was out there. I don't know, Manriquez is really the only one I know his name. There's about 5 or 6 of them. I was there.
We're over halfway done through this.
We went inside. I waited like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. It was like man. There's a lot of traffic goes through there, a lot of people in and out. A lot of worse. So I went and opened the door of the house. And then finally I could see him coming out of the hallway, with the coke bag. What? I'm coming, jeez. I was getting something from weekend.
What do you mean how the fun started? So you took him up in the house, what happened after you took him up, what do you guys do now?
Yes, you take him to the store, see you later.
Which store did you go to?
Has to be one of the two, there's only two stores that you're going to. They're both on it. One is right there, there's one side, it's right behind one side, it's not ready for. Take a plaza.
On 187, what, original 187 or 182? 187 Avenue, the shopping center, by 317th Street, I think it is, isn't it? It's past Campbell Drive. Yes.
Either there or at the Paramount, that's a little bit, it's confusing everyone.
She's talking about where
And
Pedro
when you
was.
guys were driving, are you talking about anything?
She went to pick him up.
What are you talking about?
He was with a friend. Some shopping center thing. I'm not sure if she went there, if that's where he was.
I didn't see none. Okay.
You have friends.
I had been cheating on him.
I stopped talking to the guy and everything I know.
He's gone to the gun.
Serious like that at all. I guess you didn't know. And since he came back, the same conversation we had over and over again. So I guess I'm just getting back at him for all that cheating on me. We're fucking whatever. That's good. And that's it. Takes care of me, does everything for me. For me to do shit to him. He doesn't own me. I understand. I completely understand.
We're not here to judge you on that. Don't worry about that. You don't need to explain to us why you cheated or did what you did.
She's breaking down, explaining that she did cheat. He says, you don't need to explain why you cheated.
So he's human. Okay? It's human and it's okay. It's fine. As women, we get really, you're home with your kids all the time, raising two kids by yourself, he's always out on the road.
I can't on social media. I can't talk to anybody. I can't even talk to my cousins. The only reason why
So again, Detective, we just heard Ms. Link say she wasn't allowed to have social media. Is that
Yes.
correct? Facebook is social media?
Yes.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
Instagram is social media?
Yes.
Thank you.
he's started to do that too. I don't think he would have did it if he didn't see my cousin there. Maybe he doesn't think my cousins are my cousins. I don't know. These are actually my blood cousins.
So you guys are correcting, you're talking about, he's saying all this shit to you, he's telling you about you cheating and all that. That's what he's talking to you about. At this point, how are you feeling? Are you sad? Are you angry? Like, how are you feeling? What are your feelings when he's telling you those stuff?
So now we're talking about them fighting. He was angry about her cheating on him.
So you can tell him no, that he didn't cheat, because that's the way that you still with it. Okay?
I know that's the house. mean, I'm sitting outside. It's like shit is no more over. It's like shit is always around. You know? And again, running around, inside, you just see it. I guess what my mom is not there. And he's only here for a couple of days. I feel so bad. Because maybe it would have been different. He would have still been on drugs, but maybe I felt like shit, you know?
She felt really bad for cheating on him.
He could have been at home. He could have been there and laid down. He doesn't get to home that much. And it's so bad. At this point,
He wasn't home that much.
The defendant say he doesn't get to be home that much. To the best of your knowledge, is she referring to that 1237 address?
Objection, speculation.
Hearing that right. For the whole time. Since he got back. That's all it's been. I felt so bad. I felt like shit. Even when he was empty and had the blood and everything, the first and second day he came back. He was broke, pretty much. I don't know how much I was drugs and was on. I made a time, and I didn't ran from the back of the city to the roller coaster to my house, through the 5-6 blocks down. I'm back to the corner the night pretty much. My mom was out. This was the night that I called the police actually came. And you know, just a little blood on the doorway. That's the night the entity that was in the head was done. He came, you could just hear him bang on the door. He banged on the door.
Okay, so he came and banged on the door.
I definitely knew he was mom. No, and he came all over the city, but he acted sporadic as fuck.
Sporadic is.
And then he tried to attack first David. I pushed David back and I got in front of him, and that's when he started hitting me, he started punching me. That's where I got all the bruises on my arms and everything. He started hitting me in the back of my head. And then I just know that he grabbed his gun on top of the china cabinet, and then I ran outside. He grabbed me by my hair and just started hitting me over the door on my head. He's like, you know that? And it's so bad. It was nothing but chaos and fucking havoc since he got back. I tried to make excuses for him. I always say so good. He was here. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him.
She looks directly at the camera and she says, I felt bad for him. Tried to make excuses for him. It was just chaos since he got back.
I just shot the fucking gun so he could hear. I didn't think I was there. Let's go back a little bit. You said that you grabbed the gun from on top of the china cabinet.
He grabbed the gun from on top of the china cabinet.
Okay, was that always there? He always had it there. Okay. He always had it there, and he can probably take it with him over the road. So when he was out on the road working, where was the gun? The truck. Okay. And then when he was home, the gun would be where? He put it on top of the china cabinet or in my kitchen. The cabinets are way on top.
Okay. So Friday, you guys are arguing. Yesterday, you guys are arguing. When you come back, you come back home, you guys are arguing. Around what time was that? Do you remember?
Like 10
Okay. And what happened? So what continues to happen? How does the night continue to progress?
1 minute is okay, the next minute going back to the over again. We'd be talking about something, we'd be laughing, we were alone, and then it flips back on again. Flips back on again. And everyone inside taking them off the boat. And he would get so angry with you, he would just walk and I don't know where you go, I don't know where you go. But he would come back maybe 20, 10 minutes later, with the same shit. And then my mom finally, by 12 o'clock, she just got tired. She called my sister, she called Jason, her boyfriend, look at her. And then she said, I'm getting tired of shit. So, she left. Told her to leave me.
What happened after she left?
You can see he kept coming back over and over again, like, almost like, because you can see on the cameras, I can see only certain glimpses of him coming back, circling the house.
You have cameras?
In front.
Okay.
I didn't catch what happened because it wasn't back.
Okay, so nothing that happened would be on camera.
The only thing that I could see is just little glimpses of him coming through the camera. That's how I figured he was. It would be like 5 minutes, and I'm looking through, and I'm like, where the fuck is he going? Where is he coming from? Why is he passing, but he's not coming inside? So, finally, I was sitting outside, and I had the gun.
At what point did you grab the gun?
At what point did you grab the gun?
I sat outside with it to smoke a cigarette. Because it became, maybe when I hit me, if he saw that I had it, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I never fucking grabbed a gun like that ever. Guy says I don't ever see me circling the house with me, but it hasn't really pretty paranoid. Never really scared.
Mom of 3, congratulations.
I just have to go through
where actually,
On the jury. She's just, defendant right now is describing grabbing the gun in anticipation of a fight after he had hit her previously, possibly as much as 5 or 6 days before. It's hard to hear. It's hard to hear the story, but he was upset because she had admitted to cheating on him.
Finally, I just stood there. I stood up and I was like, I told you, partially, not all of it. You were right about the name Alex. But I wasn't doing anything with him. I got scared because, and I felt trouble with you because apparently he was fucking around with 4 girls total, making us all think that they kind of want to be with us and shit. One of the girls in particular was one of Pickles' friends from a long time ago. Ayden. So, fast forward, if I had not touched it off with the kid and everything like that. The thing was,
This relationship was a mess.
it was never like that. He was just using me to piss off Laura. He was an asshole. She called him when she found out when she was walking. She called him like 5 times on Facebook. And that's it. So then I started talking to her. And then, we hashed it out. I didn't know about you at all. I'm sorry. I begged her to please don't tell him. Please. She didn't. She didn't tell him. Supposedly, she told me she didn't tell him.
Mom of 3, thank you so much. That's awesome.
But, when I said that, he was always so, when I told him, it was never nothing like that. He was just using me to help Dora. He fucking exploded. I was like, you were fucking Dora's man. You were fucking Dora's man. That's the fuck we were doing. That's why she called me. He was screaming, ballistic, screaming.
Apparently he was accusing her of having an affair with a female friend's significant other.
Something with his eyes when he gets really fucked up on cocaine. He wasn't the same person anymore. What was he wearing?
Saying Pedro was really high on cocaine.
He had a black, I believe it was a black shirt with a tank top, but I ripped it off him. So I could put it good under there and I'm like, well, that's that. I just want to know what he was wearing. I think, what he was wearing. And he had a pair of cargo pants on. I can't remember what color they were. I think maybe black.
The investigators interrupted and asked what he was wearing at the time. She's trying to describe the clothing in the bag.
Yeah, do you have anything in his hands? No.
Nothing in his hands, no weapons.
And so now you guys continue to argue. Well, he's yelling this morning, and I'm telling you, I'm done just pushing him down. That's when he pushed me back and I fell to the floor. I know he grabbed me by my hair.
He pushed me back and fell to the floor. He grabbed me by my hair.
And he just came forward and grabbed the gun.
I was scared.
And
I grabbed the gun. He let me go.
I had the gun in my hand.
I had the gun in my head.
He turned around. He tried to take off.
He turned around, tried to take off.
He said they were gonna lock me in the house. He started running, and I just shot.
He was going to lock me out of the
I
house.
started running from going inside the house.
He started running, and I just shot.
When I shot him, yes. I was doing that. I was doing that. Okay.
Now she's showing the picture. This is the picture we saw earlier.
Where your house is. So you see on my house on the side.
So she was on the porch when she shot, possibly seated.
On the porch here, the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. Okay. This is the end of the room, for the white bar. Okay, so this would be the front of the house. This is the back of the house. And this is the front. This is the front of the house. This is the back of the house. Because the house is not a regular. Okay, so you're saying, so this is the door to your duplex, and then this was the door to the other duplex. This is, okay.
What's in the street? Just in the street.
Yeah, so that's the street. There you go. Okay, all the houses are like that. Okay. That makes sense. I see what you're saying now. Okay. So I'm in the front, I'm in the back of the house. Because that's usually where I consider the front, that's usually where I'm going now. Okay. So at that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house and lock me out.
He was going to lock me out.
Because he could sleep outside, bitch. So I ran here, I was right here, I saw him right here, and I just shot. I didn't even really hit him. I don't even know how I hit him. I didn't even hit him. make me scared or run away. Then maybe there's anything else.
She just shot to make him scared or run away.
I'm tired of being locked outside. I'm tired of this shit.
I'm tired of being locked outside.
I see it running away from you. That's when you shoot. And he's running to go home.
So he was running away from you, that's when you shoot? And she said yes. What happens after you shoot him?
He ran. He didn't run the house. He ran.
He ran.
So I went up the house with my son right here. He was on kind of like on the airport. Okay. And I don't know where he went after that.
I don't know where he went after that.
I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't find him. So then I went back in the car.
While you're walking to the car, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody?
No.
Okay, so you're not talking to anybody?
No.
As you're walking?
No.
Okay, where's the gun at this point?
Do we pause it? Oh.
So as you're walking by your house, where did you do the gun? Okay.
As I went to the overhead and I'm walking, I slowly go to the tree.
I threw the gun into the tree.
And I started numbering and then because I could hear him when I know Ayden. I thought maybe he was mine at first, but I said, like he was running. I thought he was fucking around, I don't know. But I kind of got scared.
She could hear him.
So I walked to the front and then this is behind, so I came back and got in the car and drove around all the way to the back alley. It was the first time I couldn't find him.
We just heard Ms. Lang say she threw the gun to the tree. Did she give you any more specifics about the tree?
Yes, it was a tree that was directly by their door to their house.
Did she tell you that, or she tell you the tree?
She said the tree, but when she was pointing at the paper, it was directly in front of one of their doors.
Okay. Did you, at this point in time, I can see both yourself and Detective Cruz in here, were you letting canine officers know where to search?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I sat on the porch and I could hear no one. I got back in the car and they drove all the way around again, and that's where I could see him laying there. And I went to him, he was full of blood, he was like, call 911 now, baby, call 911. So I went and called, and I'm on the phone with her. I just started to be on his shirt, to do a tag on his leg.
What did you tell the 911 operator?
He wanted that I found that there was a guy in the alley that he was like he shot. I tried to make it seem like it wasn't me, it was a random person.
Why?
I got scared. Very scared.
She was scared, so she didn't say why that she shot him.
He was dating me at an alley. I tried to save him.
So she says she shot him, could hear him screaming as he was running, but she thought he was faking. He went around the house. She followed looking for him. She could hear him screaming, threw the gun in the tree. Went around, didn't find him at first, went around again and saw him laying there. He said, call 911. And she says she did and put a tourniquet around his leg. But when she called 911, she didn't tell them that she shot him because she was scared. There's a lot in there, but it's hard to hear. She said she was just trying to scare him, wasn't trying to.
You were there when the ambulance arrived?
I was there when the ambulance arrived. The officer said we beat him, but I think it was there. I think it was.
I want to back up just a minute. When you called K9 to find the gun, do you know if they had already found it?
At the time that we notified, I don't know if they had found it.
Okay.
We just notified everyone on scene where the gun was thrown.
Okay, thank you.
She does say she shot him while he was running away.
And I remember before I walked away, I kept asking how this is
CPR motion. She was pumping hard.
You shot him. You walked in front of the house, correct? Yeah. I don't say anything. Say anything to them, you say anything out loud. I said, where are you going? Where are you at? Do you really care? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. That's what you said? Yeah. You said that's when I got out of the car. That's when I got in the car and started listening. When you got in the car, was it before or after you said that? When I got into the car, I threw the gun as soon as I walked into the front of it. Because in case anybody were to come, the police were to come because of the pain. That's why I threw it. I didn't think I hit him.
I didn't think I hit him. She's talking about getting into the car.
Because he said after the fact, this was before anything. I threw the gun because in case the police came from here, I thought I shot. Or the neighbors called because it was right there, you can hear it right there. It was a duplex with two sides. After that, I threw it and I started to look for him. The first time, mother still couldn't do the yard. I couldn't find him. Once you got to him when he was on the ground, you found him. Was he on the ground? Was he still running on? He was on the ground already. Okay. I pulled up to him again. Okay. And once he's on the ground, did you take anything from him? I know I tried to initially take his belt off. So I started taking stuff out of his pocket, his phone and stuff out of his pocket, so I could take his belt. I tried to see where exactly it was because he had the phone covering up. I couldn't find where it was at. So I took out his phone. I think he had like some money in his shoes, all full of blood. And I put it in. I know I threw it in my car after the police came.
She's describing taking things out of his pockets, trying to get his belt off.
I was thinking about taking the belt off. So I went and just heard it show up. So you put stuff in your car? In the rental, yeah. What else did you put in the car? It was just his phone and
his phone.
It was like maybe like a bloody $10 or something like that. I just needed to get his phone out of the way so I could find it. I guess his phone was literally right there where the wound was, so I couldn't get it, and his belt was too tight, it was over the phone. So I took the phone out of the pocket trying to get the belt off. And then it happened. Are you sure he had a belt? Yeah, he has a belt, yeah. Because he was holding the phone down. He had a belt on. What if I tell you he didn't have a belt? He has a belt on. Unless he has a belt on. Because something was holding the phone, unless the pants were just that tight. He has to have the belt on because something was holding the phone tight as hell. Do you physically remember seeing a belt?
They're questioning on whether or not he had a belt on. And she's saying he had to have a belt because there was something holding the phone.
I can't remember. But even earlier today, I gave him the belt and everything, so he has to have it on.
She says he had to have the belt.
So either this or diet, I don't know. But so you put the his money and his phone, he put it in the car. Yeah, he still had his stuff in his pockets and other pockets and stuff too. At what point did you put all of it in the car, before or after the cops arrived? This is the cops' phone. They were there already though? The cops were there, and that's when I started screaming because the guy said he was breathing. So, that way my car was on the whole time. The car was on, so that officer came and he tried something to walk back to the house. Come, like, he should calm me down. So I went, I put the stuff in the seat of the car, I turned the car off, and I got the keys and I went with the officer. But he still had other stuff in his pockets too, I don't know what the hell it was. But my only concern was really to move the phone out of the way. Wow. To find out to see where I couldn't see a bullet wound anywhere. It had to have been where the phone was. What was the phone? The phone was like right here, like on his pockets. In the pockets, but it was so tight. It was tight in his pants, like I literally had to dig it out to get it out of the way. And that's where I seen where the wound was. And maybe I was looking for it to see if he had a dog on him. Maybe. But it ended up being his shirt that I ripped off at the end. I ripped his shirt off, and then that's when I tied it around his leg trying to stop the bleeding.
Ripped his shirt off and tried to tie a tourniquet on his leg.
The gun that you shot him with by the house. Are you familiar with guns? No. Okay, you know when you shoot a gun, there's a case. Okay. That gets ejected from the gun. Did you pick it up? No. Just tell me where I shot it out of that case. Okay, you're saying that you shot him by... Where was it? On this side? Where was the porch? My back porch is right here. Okay, this is the front. Okay, right here should be where it's at. This is the front, this is the back, this is the neighbor's side. This is the white part. It should be like right here.
They're asking her about the shell casing. Did she pick it up? She says no. And they're saying, where would we find it? Where would it be?
Yeah. So this is the street. When we come in, there's a tree here, right? Is that the tree? Where the gun was thrown? Okay. You shot him on this side of the house then? Yeah. You didn't shoot him on this side of the house? No. Okay. And after you shoot him, what way do you walk? Because he's running around saying that he's gonna go to the front door. So you go that way, and then after you go that way, where do you continue to walk? After I'm right here, and I shoot him, he runs this way, so I'm walking this way. So
She's...
He kind of screamed and he ran towards the front of the neighbor's porch.
She's given a pretty accurate description of where she went, where he went. The big problem is the timeline. I think there was like 20 minutes or 10 minutes or something that went by before she called 911, right?
And then I'll be right back, okay? Is that okay? Do you want anything?
Speaking of timelines, let's see. We've been watching this for about an hour and 20. I think we're done. We're very close to being done, if not. Looks like she's coming back in for one last round of questioning. This was supposed to be an hour and 32 long. We did skip a little bit of it.
street, right? This is the neighbor's house, and there's this in between, and this is your house, right? Okay, and you're telling me that the shooting did not occur in between here? Okay, what did I say that you're lying right now? So you're bullshit. I'm bullshit? I don't know where I was. Okay, that's nice. What did I tell you that I have somebody that told me shooting happened? No?
Detective, a moment ago we heard Ms. Lincoln say that she had to remove some items because the defendant's pants were so tight. Permission to publish states 12. I want to show you what is in evidence as states composite 12, which is 7 of 15. You just take a look at the shorts in that photograph. What kind of shorts do those appear to be?
Basketball shorts?
And would you agree with me that basketball shorts are not so tight fitting?
Yes.
Same.
What did I tell you that I have you on camera? Okay. And I'll quote exactly what you say on camera. So you know that I'm not bullshitting. Or that I'm not bullshit, as you said. Okay? I'm not going to argue. You'll be fine. That was 10 minutes prior to you calling the police.
Okay, they're confronting her with the "you'll be fine" statement 10 minutes before the 911 call.
You walk forward back inside your house. You walk back out with the gun still in your hand again. Then you walk by the tree. I shot him right here.
I'm saying this. What about that comment that you made?
I don't even remember saying that. Honestly, I don't even remember saying anything at all. No, he said saying you said that. He didn't say anything. You're right about that. He said I might have been a robbery and I said you would be fine. I don't even remember saying that at all. No, you said that.
You said it.
You said that. Okay, he didn't say anything. You said, I might have been a robbery, you'll be fine. You said that. And it's on camera. And you're wrong with a gun in your hand. Okay. Okay? Listen, I'm not here to play games. Okay, listen, I don't need to sit here and listen to lies here. I don't. Because quite frankly, there's a lot already that's telling you what you did. You think that I'm in here bullshit? You think that I'm in here bullshitting you? I'm telling you right now that I'm not. Okay? Yeah, I was angry. Okay? You didn't shoot her and dump the gun right away. That didn't happen. Because you're facing with the gun still in your hand. Okay? You move your car. You go around to find him. Did I still have the gun when I got in the car? You tell me. I shouldn't have to tell you what you did. You should be able to tell me what you did without lying.
They're really pushing back on our story now. They've watched the security camera footage, or the ring camera. She says, I don't remember saying you'll be fine or anything about a femoral artery.
And he was right here, and that's when he went that way. I know exactly where he was. I didn't shoot him in the house.
How far away were you from him when you shot?
If you look at, he was about right here, about at the corner. And I'm right here.
So you were standing on the opposite side of the house when you fired. And was he near anything?
There's nothing right there, like, except for chairs, maybe another tree that were gonna find.
When he was by the tree?
There's another, like, bush. This is right here. The tree was a bush and a tree and a man. And like, maybe there's something that was next to it. That would have been next to the trees. Because I know it was right here. Okay, so he's trying to get away from you at this point then. He's trying to run the house. To let me out. Okay. At this point where you're standing with the gun, aiming at him, as he's running away from you. No, I'm not aiming at him. Where are you aiming the gun at? Because the gun was just in my hand. Okay, it was now. And then once he said, oh, I guess he face outside tonight, bitch. That's when I literally just lifted it up and I just cocked it, like, and I shot it. It was already cocked and everything. I shot it. And he's running or walking away from me. He was running into the house. He was trying to run into the house. He's not running away from me. He is running into the house to lock me out. Okay, did you physically see no one inside the house? No. Okay, you're telling me this, right? You're here. He's here, right? Okay, and he's here.
They've gone back to the beginning about the shooting, where she was at, where he was at, how far apart they were, what happened right before they shot. He was running into the house to lock her out, and that's why she just shot him.
Door's here. Okay, so this, I don't know what the fuck this guy is doing. I know exactly what he was doing. Alright, so today he was doing something else. He wasn't, I know exactly what he was doing. Alright, he told me he was going, where he was going, and exactly what he was gonna do. When he was up outside as many times as I have, and when you see the shit that he's done to me, and the shit that I've gone through, that I know he's capable of doing, I know exactly what he was gonna do. Exactly what he said he was gonna do. He was not running away from it.
Wow. I think we're done. Possibly. 32:26, 132:26.
You come this way.
8 more minutes.
When you, after you shoot him, and you walk around this way, and you come this way, what do you do when you come back this way, when you come this way? Before you walk back over here to the gun? Did you go back inside the house? I don't remember.
She's saying, I don't remember.
I could have sworn from what I can recall that I went this way. I thought I took the gun as soon as I did it. You didn't? And I walked onto the sidewalk and I started calling out and telling him to that I was taken to the hospital, but that should be on them too.
Start calling out to him, trying to take him to the hospital.
I couldn't find him. The first time I went and drove around, I didn't see him. That's when I came back, I parked the car, and I think I sat on the stairs and I could hear the window. So I got back in the car and drove back around here.
How long did that take you to get back to the moment?
The car was literally right. We say not even a minute, 2 minutes behind each other. When I got back in the car, I went to the window right down.
So just go back. So you fire, right? You get in the car, you search, you stop, you get back in the second time. How long do you think that was?
Okay, she's her.
Yeah, from the moment they first fired.
I'm gonna say when I found him, maybe? When I found him?
Yeah.
I'll say 5 or 6 times.
5 or 6 minutes. Maybe.
5 or 6 times.
So 5 or 6 minutes between when she fired, went, looked for him, didn't find him, went back, sat down, and then went back again and found him.
After you fired, did you notice that he was bleeding?
No, I don't. I heard him and it wasn't even a scream. It was like, ah! It wasn't a scream like how you normally hear a scream. No. I thought he was fucking around at first. But I wasn't sure if I hit him or not. But when I saw Ayden and no blood everywhere, I thought maybe his arm, somewhere, maybe at the bottom of his leg or something. Do you know where you were shot? Did you have the scene where you were shot? Yeah, when I took the tourniquet. Where? What's he shot? The gun was right there. On his thigh. His upper thigh. Point on your leg where you got shot and right here. Am I wrong? It was lower. That's why I was a little confused when you said about the phone thing because it wasn't 5 words. defense attorney sideways. I don't know what to tell you. Because the phone was over, it was definitely over, it was overflow. And, I don't know, it was something with that. If I'm not mistaken, it was right here. I do that.
She says that's where the wound was on his
I thought
thigh.
I would have been somewhere else, maybe to the grave, this left or something. And I saw him laying there. I didn't think at all. But that's what it was.
At any point, did you try to defend the house?
I don't think so. No.
So, at what point did you know that you did it? That you actually shot him? At what point you saw him? When you saw him? So, why, if you're telling me that you knew you hit him when he was on the floor, then why did you say what you said on camera about hitting his artery? And that you'll be fine?
I'm sure that I think that he actually did it.
So you could tell me you should have said that?
Yeah, I didn't really think I hit him at all.
So you remember saying that?
No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? If I did, I'd talk shit. I was mad as fuck. Okay, you already fucking turned the shit out of me in the back of the house again. Locked me out of my fucking house. My kids are asleep. I'm tired of this shit. I was mad as fuck. I'm not saying I didn't say it, I probably did.
She said she was mad AF.
But it wasn't literally intentional. I really didn't think I hit him at all. I really fucking didn't think I hit him at all.
Didn't think I hit him at all. Wasn't intentional.
I love when anything really goes fucked up. I did. Those little bloody people.
They take her drawing. They've got the Miranda rights. And they're going to walk out. There it is. We are done.
Was anybody ever arrested for the murder of Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
Who?
Daisy Link.
Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify her by what she is wearing in the courtroom?
Yes, she's wearing.
If she is in the courtroom.
She is. I can't.
And if you can stand up.
Kevin's asleep.
Can you please be a little more restricted?
Black, long hair, floral top, tattoo on her right eyebrow.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions.
Anybody needs a break from them out, otherwise it's examination. So we need a break from it. Orange supermarket.
Love to be able to hear this, Judge. If you could turn on your mic, that would be great.
Just a warning to.
Cross-examination. Our camera is still iris down, so it looks like we're in the dark, but it's actually just as bright as it normally is in this courtroom. Cameraman's looking for the settings, found them here, adjusting slowly. Can't believe the total interview time was 11 hours. They edited that down from 11 hours.
So
Detective, a little while ago before we played the interview, if you recall, the state played a couple of videos for you with a similar angle. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a video from the same camera that you saw those two videos a little while ago?
Yes, sir.
And you remember the individuals you saw in that video?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play.
This is the security camera.
See that man running from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same man that you saw in the videos that were played?
Objection. Witness testifying to the evidence that speaks for itself.
Does that appear to be the same man that was in the videos that you saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
That woman on the right side who just opened that car door, does that appear to be the same woman that you saw in the videos we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
Before she came on screen, did it seem to you like she was yelling something at the man who just ran across the screen?
Yes.
So, hold on.
Judge allows a sidebar here. The state is objecting. She overruled it. They got the answer. Now they do the sidebar. That's the wrong order. Usually you do sidebar first, then the ruling, then the answer. But we'll take it. The state is saying that the best evidence is the video, and having her testify to it is not the right way to do this. But, wow, we made it. Yes, I think the idea for a shirt, who had this? Who had the idea for the shirt about we survived bad audio? I like that, but I'd like something better for there just to be a general knowledge out there, especially in the investigative community, that bad audio leads to acquittals. If we could just drill that through every prosecutor's brain, engrave it on the back of their eyelids so they see it when they sleep, whatever it is, bad audio leads to acquittals. Let's upgrade our systems. There's no excuse for this. In today's day and age, we have all the equipment to make audio sound great. We have the
more questions about this detective and her investigation as it relates to evidence she obtained, and it might be questions regarding this video. But conclusions as to what is in the video and what is said in the video is up to the jury. So in other words, opinions of witnesses as they testify about what is, what isn't, what is said, what isn't said in the video, that is going to be related to this witness, to the sufficiency of her investigation.
Did someone just let one?
But
no.
Ultimately, you all will decide your opinions as to what the evidence has shown and what the evidence has not shown. So with that limitation, we're going to continue with this detective's testimony, but please view her testimony from this limitation instruction. If someone doesn't understand it, let me know.
The judge reverses herself. It says this actually invades the province of the jury.
It's more about being clear about what was being said so we can be objective. Understood. So I can tell you this, it's in evidence, and I know it's long, but you all can take as long as you want to review it, to amplify it, to put it closer to you, things of that nature.
Don't do that.
So it is available to you at the time that you do it. Okay? I wish I had a transcript. There isn't anything written. But even at the end of the day, let's say the transcript you all think there's an error in the transcript. The evidence is what's in the video, not necessarily the transcript. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, like, isn't there like some kind of app that would transcript, like, I don't know, chat,
So-
something?
So right now, there isn't one available, okay? All right, thank you.
I think she said, isn't there something like ChatGPT that can give us a transcript? Yes, that is a juror that was talking to the judge. You're just going to skip ahead? What?
Stop it there. So apparently, based on your observation of that, there was some type of interaction, voices were raised, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree that this video that we just observed had to have happened prior to the video where you hear a shot, correct?
Considering the victim was in it, yes.
And would you agree that the car that's there on the right side of the screen was in a different position at the time that the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
It was facing the opposite way, correct? Car?
I don't recall.
All right, play it some more, I guess. Do it. I want to die.
This is moments before the gunshot, correct?
Do it. I want to die is what I hear.
Now that we're looking at this video, would you agree that the car is facing the opposite direction?
Yes.
Based on the video I showed you before, had you seen that video before during the course of your investigation?
No.
So the video I just showed you where the car is facing the opposite direction, where Mr. Jimenez is running around, you've never seen that video before?
What I can recall, off the top of my head, I don't remember all the videos. I reviewed multiple videos during the course of the investigation.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, did it ever occur to you, or did you see anything that would corroborate Ms. Link's notion that Pedro Jimenez was running back and forth outside the house and would not leave after being told to leave?
Okay. Sorry. So say the question again one more time. It was very long.
During the course of your investigation,
okay,
did you see anything that would corroborate the notion that Pedro Jimenez was running around, loitering, stalking outside the house, refusing to leave, and he did that for and he did so for a lengthy period of time before the ultimate confrontation where a shot was fired?
Oh yes, that particular video, he's running away from the residence.
Okay. So he's running around. Obviously, at some point he came back.
Yes.
And right before the shooting, you heard him screaming there, right?
Yes.
Now we know that when rescue arrived, there was a tourniquet on Mr. Jimenez's leg, correct?
Yes.
And Daisy Link put that tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
She's also the person who called 911, correct?
Yes.
Now, we just heard her say that she didn't know that he had been shot when we were listening to her statement a few moments ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she didn't know that he had been shot at the moment he was shot, and she ultimately discovered him and called 911 roughly, what, 10 minutes later?
Yes.
So if she didn't know that he had been shot, is it consistent with her finding him about 10 minutes later?
Speculation.
Is that consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited 10 minutes.
You're answering based on your investigation.
There's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited to call 911, correct?
Correct.
As far as we know, she called 911 as soon as she realized what was happening, that he was shot, right?
Yes.
And she took measures to try and help him by putting a tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that when she was transported to your headquarters, she was not a suspect, but she was an important witness. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Who transported her?
A patrol officer.
Did you know which one?
I do not.
When somebody is not a suspect, what is the procedure as far as transporting them to headquarters? Are you supposed to put them in handcuffs? Are you supposed to, what's the procedure?
If they're being transported in a patrol vehicle, it's a marked patrol vehicle, yes. Procedure is they need to be handcuffed.
Why is it? If they're not a suspect, why is that?
Safety reasons for officers. Anyone riding in the rear seat of a police vehicle needs to be handcuffed whether you're under arrest or not.
So it's a safety measure
for their own safety,
specifically outlined for transport. Is that correct?
Inside a patrol vehicle, yes.
Okay. So what is the actual procedure? Are you supposed to put the handcuffs on right before they get in the car, or how does it work?
Prior to putting them inside the vehicle, yes, you handcuff them and then you place them inside the vehicle.
But there's no procedure that mandates that they need to be handcuffed for any period of time prior to the transport or after the transport, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So am I correct that it would be proper procedure to only, because she was not a suspect at the time, to only place her in cuffs for the transportation, and that's it? The cuffs can be removed once the transportation has been completed,
yes.
Correct? Okay. So, as far as you know, was she not in cuffs prior to the car ride and after the car ride?
By the time I arrived on scene, she was already inside a patrol vehicle. I don't know what happened prior to that.
Okay. If she had been held in handcuffs prior to being in the patrol vehicle for an extended amount of time, would that have been incorrect procedure, as far as you know?
I don't know what occurred prior to me arriving. When I arrived, she was already inside a patrol vehicle.
I understand that you weren't there, so I'm
Okay.
not asking you to speculate on what happened. What I'm asking you is, given that you're familiar with the procedure, would it have been incorrect procedure to place her in cuffs and hold her for an extended period of time when she wasn't being transported?
Depends on the circumstances.
Okay, so procedurally, what would be a circumstance where you would handcuff somebody who is not a suspect, who's not being transported?
If somebody is combative and is posing some kind of threat to themselves or others, or acting in a threatening manner, then yes, so they will be placed in handcuffs.
Okay. As far as you know, did Miss Link pose any type of threat to any law enforcement officers who were there before she was transported?
When I arrived on scene, she was inside a patrol vehicle.
Okay, so you don't have any information. You're not aware of anything that she did which would have justified her being placed in handcuffs for an extended period of time prior to the transport, correct?
Correct.
Before you conducted the interview, what other members of law enforcement had interaction with Miss Link, if you can recall?
Aside from myself and Joseph Cruz, I do not know.
Was there ever a domestic violence detective, female detective?
What's the question?
The question was there a female domestic violence detective who interacted with Miss Link while she was fingerprinted and before she gave her statement?
Oh, good answer. A female domestic violence detective? No.
There wasn't.
No.
Just asking those.
Sidebar again. This judge is allowing interesting questions. Every time they go sidebar, she seems to have been informed of the law and then will make an announcement to the jury so they understand. But what she's actually doing is reversing her decision usually. So I'm sorry, I'm looking for good things. Maybe the fact that she is adjusting rulings is a good thing. I don't know. We've got a lot of questions about the handcuffs for the defendant. Why was she handcuffed for so long before or so long after her transport if she wasn't a suspect? That, of course, will come up in custody issues and all that. But I think questions are fine. I didn't hear these ones as being terrible. But we'll see what the state says after this sidebar. The state's supposed to arrest today. It's 5:10. I assume the state's going to arrest as soon as this witness is done. Tony Zamora, welcome to Attorney Tony. It is great to have you here, Tony. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support on the channel. We're back. See if the judge wants to just ask more questions or make a ruling.
The interview.
Overruled.
There was another female homicide detective that assisted me taking her to the bathroom whenever she needed to go to the bathroom.
Just for the bathroom? What about during fingerprinting?
And she came down with me to fingerprinting as well.
A female homicide detective?
Yes.
What is her name?
Enjoy the football game, Mom of 3.
Angel Wilson?
Yep, we're going to be subpoenaing
And
her.
were you present for all the interactions?
Same objection, Judge.
Were you present for all the interactions that occurred between Detective Wilson and Daisy Link?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
Mom of 3, thanks for your generous support today. Appreciate that.
Now,
makes all this possible.
Based on the investigation that you conducted here, isn't it true that when Mr. Jimenez first arrived at Daisy Link's home earlier in the evening before the morning of the shooting, there were other family members of Daisy Link's at the home as well?
Yes.
Her mother was there, right?
Yes.
And were other people there too?
Her children?
And her children. Are you aware of anybody else who was there?
No.
Okay. At some point, the mother left.
Yes.
And when the shooting happened, nobody else was there other than the children, correct?
Correct.
And the children were inside the house sleeping?
Yes.
When all this was happening?
Yes.
Now, you were asked at some point, and I know this was a while ago, but you were asked at some point about whether or not you're allowed to use your personal cell phone to record something that you deem is of evidentiary value. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was?
Yes, that I am not.
You're not permitted to do that?
Correct.
Do procedures account for a situation when a detective such as yourself deems it necessary or important to record something? I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're in that situation?
False speculation.
Yep. We are not allowed to use our personal cell phones for that.
Okay, so what are you supposed to do? Are you issued another phone?
Some individuals are.
Are you?
Who's issued a department phone?
There are certain detectives that are issued. It depends how many phones they have available, if they have even phones available.
Are those smartphones?
Yes.
And typically are those phones used to make recordings? Take
Overruled, this was explored in direct examination.
Take pictures, for evidentiary purposes, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did you have a phone? Were you
so
issued a phone?
for whatever, do you know why it was that you weren't issued one of these phones?
I don't know. Don't have one though.
Okay. How many other detectives were working on this case? I know it was Detective Morales was one, right?
Yes.
Detective, who's the other one?
Detective Siapa Hubbard and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay, so 3 other detectives.
Yes.
Were any of them issued phones?
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, no? Okay. Is there a procedure lined out for what you're supposed to do when there's evidence that should be collected, which you could collect with a personal phone, but since you don't have one, what are you supposed to do in that situation?
There's nothing written in stone for that one. There's no procedure.
Well, what would happen if you just took your phone out, collected this important evidence, and then sent it to evidence? What would happen?
Speculation.
Overruled. This is for indirect examination. You can answer.
What would happen?
If I were to take my personal phone and record
collected evidence, and then you turned it over to evidence.
Depends on the circumstance. Sometimes they want to subpoena our phones, our personal phones. So that's the biggest reason why we don't use our personal phones is so our personal information does not get subpoenaed.
Yep.
Along with evidence.
Okay. So it does happen. It has happened.
It has happened to certain individuals, yes.
So is it fair to say that if a need arises, you could use a phone to collect evidence if there's no other way to do it, correct?
Yes.
How long was Daisy Link in that room for? The room that she was giving that interview?
Approximately 11 hours, I believe it was.
11 hours.
11 hours.
The shooting happened at 3-something in the morning, right?
Yes.
How long after the shooting was it that she arrived to the room?
Well, I didn't arrive till approximately 4:20ish. So by the time we got to the office, I would say approximately 7:30 in the morning. So I would have to refer to my report to give you the exact time that she arrived at that office.
So around what time does the 11-hour stretch start?
From the moment we turn on the video room and place her in the room.
So like at 4-something in the morning?
No. At 4 in the morning? She wasn't in the room at 4 in the morning.
Okay, when was she in the room?
It was, like I said, can I refer to my report to the exact time that I put her in there?
Fine with me.
She'd been up all night, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, they started an 11-hour interrogation.
At 9:20 a.m.
9:20.
She was placed in the interview room.
So the 11-hour stretch starts at that point?
Did she sleep?
All right. So the night before this man arrives, at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Please sit down.
I'm
If you want to object, you can stand up, or you have permission from the court to object while seated. I will give as much flexibility as you want to be comfortable. Thank you.
So I understand. This man arrives at her home the night before. At 3 o'clock in the morning, this shooting happens.
Objection, counsel testifying.
Oh, that is what cross-examination is. Thank you. Please have seats. Please have seats. Thank you.
Shooting happens at 3-something in the morning. She's taken to police headquarters. She's handcuffed. She's placed in the room. And then beginning at what time was it again?
9:20 a.m.
9:20 a.m., some 6-something hours after the
No question pending.
Right, because I haven't heard of the end of it.
Because counsel testifying.
He's re-asking. I'm sorry, over here, folks. I'm in the middle of court. Thank you.
So some 6 hours after the shooting, Ms. Link begins an 11-hour stretch of questioning. Is that correct?
It wasn't 11 hours of questioning. She was in the room for 11 hours.
She was in the room for 11 hours.
Yes.
So what time did she finish? What time was it over?
Can I refer to my report like when she was transported?
Please.
Judge has an attitude prosecution needs to shut up and just listen. This is perfectly good cross. Somebody was whispering to the bailiff, and she kicked him out of court. She's like, "Folks, I'm holding court here. Hush."
At approximately 6:20 p.m.
So she wasn't done until roughly, well, I'm not going to ask you how long she went without sleeping, but pretty much almost an entire day this whole thing was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, the gun that was eventually found, it was found after she told you what she did with it, correct?
Yes.
It hadn't been found prior to her giving you that information, correct?
No.
Just a moment, Joe. You were asked about whether a casing was found. You remember that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding you said a casing was not found?
To my knowledge, there was no casing found.
Well, the gun hadn't been found, but then she gave you information, and then with that information, you were able to find the gun, correct?
Yes.
You asked her about the casing. She said she didn't know where it was, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, police arrived on scene. Ms. Link was rendering aid to Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Yes.
And from that point on, until the point when she was done sitting in that room for 11 hours, later that night, police officers had eyes on her, correct?
Yes.
So, are you aware of any other police officer who during all those hours saw her do anything with any shell casing or anything of that nature?
No.
Is there any evidence, any indication, anything that you can point to that would support the notion that she disposed of, hid, or did anything with any shell casing?
No.
All right, thank you. That's all I need.
I hope
Detective,
I hope defense objects.
I want to talk about closing threats for a moment. Would throwing a chair at a detective investigating a homicide scene be a threat to that officer?
Yes.
No. He's going to ask another question. Call
Sure.
for a legal conclusion. Ask another question.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, you cannot. You can ask another question.
Do you know if the defendant threw a chair at Detective Daniel Morales?
No.
No.
If there is evidence to collect on scene, are there certain officers, for example, a CSI officer, if a casing is on scene or firearm is on scene, that is the person who would be responsible for actually collecting evidence?
Yes.
And so if there is evidence on scene, you yourself are not going to collect it, a specific officer will collect it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if there is specific video that needs to be collected, are you going to call a specific officer?
Yes.
Are you aware during the period of time that the defendant was in custody if she was allowed to sleep?
Yes.
Did she sleep?
Yes.
Again, did you offer her any kind of accommodations?
Yes, food and water.
The defendant told you that she didn't know where the casing was, right?
Yes.
Are you aware if the defendant was being completely honest with officers?
Objection, I made the promise to the jury.
Sustained.
Are you aware if the defendant had lied to officers?
Objection, same. Objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you?
Objection, same. Objection.
Sustained. One more sidebar.
Go to the sidebar so I can paddle your butt the way you deserve. This prosecutor has got a bee under his bonnet, and it's annoying the judge. He got his sidebar, and now he's going to complain about everything. I imagine being on a fly in the wall in the courtroom would be quite entertaining at this point. He got his sidebar. Oh, man. The judge is... I'm struggling with this judge. She did interject without an objection, sua sponte. The judge objected to one of the questions the prosecutor asked. Obviously, the defense probably should have made that objection, calls for legal conclusion, or I think that's what it was. Imagine if the judge and the DA is a couple. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That might explain it. I don't know. Maybe they need to go through divorce court. Did the defendant change her story during their interrogation? The defendant's story was remarkably similar to the prosecution's theory, with a big exception when it comes to the timeline. The defendant basically made it look like she shot him and then immediately went looking for him, found him, and said, "Oh no, call the police. I didn't know you were hit. Call an ambulance." The state says you shot him, and then you went and sat down and did nothing, and then like 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes later, you came back again. And you're like, "Oh, serves you right. You'll be fine." And then you call 911. And unfortunately, the state has video that supports their version. Let's see. Food and water. Food and water. Luxuries of life. Have the state touched on anything regarding self-defense, or will they do that in rebuttal? That will be during the defense case, where they will start presenting evidence that has to do with self-defense. And I think that we're going to see the defendant take the stand for that. That's pretty much the only thing you can do, unless she calls her child to the stand, which has been tossed around, who is 9 years old. That would be terrible. Hopefully not aired. The judge doesn't allow flies she doesn't recognize on her walls. I think what's going to happen right here is the judge is going to say, "We're calling it for the night. Jury, go home. Prosecution, get a grip." It's funny because she's been pushed around a lot in this trial by the prosecution mostly, and into how things are going to proceed and why and what order. Really wasn't in charge of her courtroom, and possibly, I'm just throwing this out there, it's possible that the judge is watching this as well and seeing the reaction of people and heard some criticism about her just not taking ownership of her courtroom and is trying to assert herself now. Well, the prosecutor is used to getting his way in this court with this judge, apparently. And so they're bonking heads together, and it's not pretty. So, all right. Here we go. Cameraman rapidly moves because a juror stuck his schnoz into the screen. This is our safety shot, and the juror just stood up to stretch. We might need one for after halftime. Prosecutor also said it would be 2 hours and then resting. Yeah, that didn't happen. I think they all need to go home. I agree. I think the tension in the courtroom is palpable. I think it's causing an impact on the jury. I think we need to call it. Looks like the jury just got excused. Jury's probably walking out right now. I'm just spitballing this based on where the camera looked.
Saw earlier, we saw a woman say, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine. Do you want to take me to the, do you want me to take you to the hospital?" No? Okay. Did you confront the defendant with that statement?
Jury might still be here.
Did she deny making that statement?
Yes.
Did her story change about that statement?
Yes.
Earlier, you were asked on cross-examination about the gun that was found. Did you personally know what time the gun was found?
No.
Do you know if officers had found it before personally?
I don't know exactly when they found it.
Okay. Are you aware of any evidence of the defendant retrieving a firearm prior to what she told you?
No.
Now playing a portion of state 16.
I don't know what they think these videos do, but it sure doesn't help us at all.
We just played a short portion of this video. This woman, did it appear like she was holding anything?
It looks like there's something in her hand.
Do you? To the best of your knowledge, is that consistent with anything?
Objection calls for speculation.
It looks like a gun. I've watched this video. It does look like a gun. A better question would be, are you able to definitively determine what she was holding? Now what?
All right, anything further, State? We're done for the day. I know it's been a long day. We're going to resume again on Monday, Tuesday. We're off on Monday. Tuesday, same time frame, 10:30 to 5:30. Roberto will tell you where to meet him, probably the third floor. Please don't do any research about the space. Talking about the space, please don't allow anyone to talk about the space. If anyone becomes aware of the violations of these rules, please inform me and I will obey. If you all need to use the restroom, use the room, go for it. Roberto will wait for you. Okay? If you feel more comfortable just leaving with him now and then using the restroom that are on the third floor, another floor, he'll wait for you all. It's still light out, so but if you need any other help getting to your cars, let me know. Okay? So.
All right, for the jury.
You'll take possession of your votes that you have in your hands.
Okay, we get to watch for shoes one more time. Keep it wide so we can get a good look. Okay, definitely Nikes. Those look like Skechers now.
Next Thursday.
Not Skechers, but what are the curved ones?
The plan is, please plan for the end of the Friday.
Now we've got no feet whatsoever.
The lawyer's not open. Thank you.
Those are the Asics.
She just asked me if she should plan to dock for the day. Is there anything anyone wants to bring up?
The state did file, I know that the plan was to rest today. Obviously, it's 5:32. The state did file a motion for reconsideration. A copy of it was furnished to defense counsel as well.
Of what?
The reconsideration of the court's not allowing us to publish a portion of the ADL video.
And what would that go to? Remind me again what that goes to.
It would go directly to the defendant's state of mind, directly to the defendant's intent, as well as element 3, the defendant's depraved mind.
You can't say state of mind 3 years later.
Okay, you filed it?
We did.
Send me a courtesy copy with Mr. Tomas and then.
Mr. Tomas has a copy, but I can also send another copy to the court.
So we'll meet again on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we can have argument on that. If I deny it, you all will rest, right? All right. And Mr. Tomas, it looks like you need to be ready to go on Tuesday.
Tuesday morning, first thing.
Let's say I grant their request. It'll be short anyway.
It's maybe 30 seconds.
So, and what witness would you bring this to?
Detective Tomas.
All right, so just have her on standby for Tuesday. Regardless, if you all want to put on a defense, please plan for that for Tuesday. The jury, regarding the post-mortem statement, the jury instruction still allows the jury to make a finding that a statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and independently made, something along those lines, right?
If you find that it wasn't voluntary, you should disregard it. That's
right. But as a professional courtesy, when I say this in front of the student, let us know if you all are going to contest it, because I allow some leeway because the jury instructions allows them to consider it anyway and look at it. I'm sorry, the jury instructions allows them to look at the post-mortem statement through that lens anyway. And even though we know we're not contesting it, they can still consider that for what it's worth. But I was a little taken aback with the challenges, and I allowed it. The state went back in and asked questions pertinent regarding, yes, it was it was an 11-hour stay, but she slept, things of that nature. She was fed, things of that nature. So just if you're going to contest it, please let me know so that we can plan accordingly. Okay, is there anything else that I need to bring up? All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend, long weekend, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Do I just pull this out?
Yeah, just pull it out. If anything,
yes, thank you. I didn't mean to get upset earlier, but
the CD that is
showing, especially about jury, you're supposed to be concentrating on the evidence, right? Yeah, please do.
She tells off the bailiff for being a distraction.
Oh, hey, don't, is the interview summit? Don't, I need to. No, I know, I need to send it to them.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Wow. Monday is Columbus Day, which means we'll follow Donna Adelson on Monday because Tallahassee Court is not celebrating it. So I'll be working on Monday for sure. This court's getting spicy. I think there's a possibility of 2 people ending up in jail in this trial. And I'm not sure if it's going to be the prosecutor or the defense attorney. The defense attorney's played pretty cool, but I think the lead prosecutor might work his way into a contempt charge during this trial. So don't sleep on this one. I think it could happen, especially if defense gets things that they want during the closing here. So, all right, did Columbus not make it to Tallahassee? No, they haven't heard of him. Monday's Thanksgiving for Canadians. Wonderful. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. I can see contempt happening before closings. Yes, I agree. He thinks it's his court. He's wrong. I tried to get what I could out of that. It was terrible audio. Most of this trial has been terrible audio, probably worse than normal. But the judge says it's still light out, and believe it or not, it is, which is great because I need to take down my Christmas lights before it gets dark. But I don't want to do it in the middle of the day because then my neighbors will see it. And I don't want them to see me taking down the lights because they bugged me about it for years, honestly. I have Adelson Tuesday. I might be wrong. Ooh, Rick. We'll check and see. I think we're going to have some courts to go to on Monday. We'll be here on Monday. So bailiff in Oklahoma, and we have court Monday as well. I believe so. Shelley, wonderful. You're a bailiff. You're a bailiff in Oklahoma. Welcome, bailiff. Do it early in the morning. Can you put Halloween over Christmas or no? No. I've got to tie things to the same things my Christmas lights are tied to. It'll get messy. It'll cause little shadows because of the lights and everything. We'll set up the projector tonight. I think we're going to hang a big sheet up so we can do some spooky lighting and things. We'll see. We'll test it out tonight. Martha, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for all the support. We've got a lot of various memberships, gifts, and super chats today, and that makes the world go round. It's in the world of YouTube, so thank you very much. Sherry Smith gifted 5 memberships. Ivan Victor, hope everyone is well. RA will reply this weekend. Excellent. Thank you. Candace Hoff, member for 16 months, finally got gifted another membership. Yay me. Lavender Lux gifted a membership. Legally Blonde for being our audio hero. Thank you very much. Deborah Gelsey. Jury will find her not guilty just because the state made them listen to this awful chalkboard scratching audio. think that's just cause. Stephanie says, we love RA's audio. I do what I can, but this one's terrible. Unrulia Julia, thanks for the play-by-play. I know. Thanks for hanging in there. I know it was terrible to listen to. Miss Aunt, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Mom of 3 joins the jury. Yay. Thank you very much for your huge support and a massive super sticker as well. Shelly Kelly, the Cybermen say you must upgrade. Yes, all cameras, all microphones need to be upgraded. If they're going to be used in the court system, need to be upgraded. Tony Zamora, welcome to the attorney level. Great to have you here. Thanks for your support, Tony. Mom of 3, also another super chat, says, have a good night. I'm headed off to a football game. Have a good night. I'm headed to a football game. Yes, I hope they win the super game, whatever it is, the football game. Your team wins. That would be great. All right. Adelson sent us in set for Monday at 3. Okay, we'll have to figure something out in the morning. We'll probably go up to Wisconsin, Michigan. I'm thinking Michigan. We'll start off in Michigan. Let's get the Clear Audio Act passed. Automatic vindication for anyone accused of a crime with poor audio. Virginia Little, thank you for telling us what they were saying. I do what I can. Thank you, Virginia, for your support. All right, another amazing week. Thanks, RA and my friends. Thank you all for being here. This is the best place to watch true crime, and it's because of all of you. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning. It's going to be a long weekend. Well, not really long. It's a regular-sized weekend, but I've got a lot of work, so there's a lot of things I need to do. Y'all have a good weekend. Come on to Wisconsin fall colors. I've got to get out and see the fall colors this year. I think I'm gonna try to hit Virginia's fall colors first. Wisconsin's a bit more of a road trip for me. Can't quite justify that one yet. Amber, thanks for the sentiment there. Hope you're doing well, Amber. I know you're busy as all get out with your new job. See you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. Got home from work. Happy weekends. Yay. Bond trial was today. Oh, I forgot that one. We've got another one we recorded. We might watch that on Monday from Judge Brantley. So we've got that. Still summer in Houston, 88 degrees. Awesome. You guys, be good to each other. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.
What more do you need to see?
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.